Good evening, everyone. I call this regular meeting of the Conroe ISD Board of Directors to order, trustees to order. Today is Tuesday, August 18th, and the time is, I was told to use my phone today, 5:01. Thank you all for being here and joining us, and those online. Please join us in the invocation this evening to be led by Trustee Gambino and the pledges by Trustee Horton.
Thank you. Please bow your head. Lord Jesus, thank you for this opportunity to be in your presence today, another opportunity to be with the people that we love and those that we serve. Lord, I am thankful for our staff, for the families, for the children having time away over the summer to rest and come back renewed. I'm thankful for a very successful first week of school, getting our babies into the schools, and for all of the families and parents we survived the first 5 days. Lord, I ask you to cover us tonight as we have some pretty important conversations that we need to have that impact, of course, our children, our families, our community. Lord, I ask you to just lead us with your wisdom and your discernment so that we make the best decisions possible for everyone involved, Lord. And Lord, I just ask you for every single person on this staff and Dr. Vinson, for them and their families. They've been putting in a lot of work to be prepared for tonight, to be able to bring us the best information possible. And Lord, I just lift them up. I lift them up both from every aspect, mentally, emotionally, and physically, Lord. You have blessed us with a very powerful team that can do amazing work. And Lord, I just ask you to carry them, carry each one of us and everyone that's here in this room. Lord, I ask you that we put you first in all that we do and just continue blessing us. In your name we pray. Amen.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, trustees. It's time for us to now move into closed session. The time is 5:04. Pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.074, the board will deliberate regarding the superintendent's recommendations concerning the resignation of Jennifer Masterson without good cause and proposed complaint to State Board. I'm going to skip over that because it's been tabled. The board will also, not being discussed today. The board will also consult with its attorney regarding construction audits pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. No final action, decision, or vote will be taken during closed session. Any action resulting from closed session deliberations will be taken in open session. And the time is 5:04 and we stand in recess. And is now back in open session. The time is 6:24. We will now consider any action resulting from closed session deliberation, and we have none. So item 3A is our only closed session action item, and the board does not intend to take this action up. And so therefore, we will move on and begin citizen participation. The board appreciates the members of our community taking the time to participate in tonight's meeting. As a reminder, comments during the portion of the meeting are limited to matters permitted under board policy and applicable law. Each speaker will have time to provided under board policy, which is 2 minutes. The board will listen to each speaker, but trustees will not engage in discussion regarding comments made during citizen participation. When your name is called, please come forward, and Ms. Spurlock, please call our first speaker.
Lin Lu.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Vinson. My name is Lin Lu. My children are zoned to College Park High School, and I am here to address the morning bus schedule. Imagine a 14-year-old girl standing all alone at a street corner in total darkness, facing whatever dangers that may come her way. Remember what happened in 2017. With the current bus schedule, our children have to get up before 5 a.m. to catch the school bus on time. Waking up this early disrupts the adolescent sleep cycle, causing chronic mental exhaustion. Many studies have shown that this is detrimental to the academic performance and emotional well-being of the students. This schedule is totally against the recommendation of the American Academy of Pediatrics by a good 2 to 3 hours. This is a picture of us walking toward the school bus stop. This is a picture of the school bus coming to pick up my children. Time stamped before 6 a.m. And our stop is actually one of the last stops on this route. My daughter is not a sex worker. She has no business walking the streets at this time of the day, at this hour. I know it's difficult managing transportation schedule for a school district as large as ours, but we should never prioritize bus logistics over the health and safety of our children. Thank you for your time. Actually, I have a few seconds. I want to thank Clayton, Carla, and the nice Oak Ridge school bus lady for helping out my son when he was in a bind. Dr. Fanson, you have some very capable, caring people working in the transportation department, and I'm sure we could come to a good solution. Thank you.
Marina Sorokina. Marina Sorokina. Crystal Eicher.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Vinson. My name is Crystal Eicher. I'm a Conroe ISD parent of a child who receives special education services, and I serve as the chairperson for our Special Education Parent Advisory Council. Tonight, I'm asking you to adopt Board Policy FOFF on second read and final adoption, and to make the CPAC a permanent part of how this district works. At first reading, I said that a council can be started and quietly set aside, but a board policy endures. Tonight, you can make that true. You can lock this in as a permanent body and set a standard that districts across Texas, love it when technology works. You set the standard that districts across Texas can look to and follow. You would be writing the template the next district copies, so let's make it one worth copying. I want to take a moment on why the CPAC needs to exist at all. Conroe is a district of more than 70 campuses. On a footprint that large, even with the best people and the best intentions, it's easy for kids like ours to fall through the cracks. District leaders are putting out fires every single day, and when you are moving that fast, it's hard to know where to look. The CPAC exists to do one simple thing: shine a light on our most vulnerable students so that no matter how loud the day gets, they are not the ones being left behind. And there's nothing weak about needing that. It's the mark of strong leadership to recognize that no central office, however capable, can see everything happening across 70 campuses, and to deputize help. That is exactly where we are tonight, and this policy is you saying yes to that help. Policies outlast all of us in this room. Long after tonight, a family we will never meet will have a seat at this table because of what you decide in the next few minutes. I respectfully ask you to adopt it tonight on second read and final adoption. Thank you.
Waylon Harder Leahy.
A little bit taller. Good evening, Board and Dr. Vinson. My name's Waylon Harder-Leahy, and I'm the parent of a Conroe ISD student with a 504 plan. And I have the privilege of serving with Crystal as a parent co-chair of our Special Education Parent Advisory Council. As we've been building CPAC, one of the things that has struck me the most is how much parents in the district need each other's perspectives. As parents, we experience these systems one child at a time and one campus at a time. We know when something works really well for our child, but we also see when a process is confusing, communication breaks down, or a family simply doesn't know where to turn. The district sees a different picture. District leaders can recognize whether something is happening at one campus is actually happening across several, what challenges schools are facing, and where there may be opportunities to make things work better district-wide. CPAC is going to give us a place to bring those perspectives together. And I think that matters because meaningful parent engagement shouldn't only happen after something's gone wrong. We need a way to identify patterns, share what's working, raise concerns early, and work together towards solutions. I've been so encouraged by the willingness I've already seen from both parents and district staff to have these conversations openly and constructively. We aren't always going to agree, and I think that's good. The goal is to create a reliable way for families in the district to hear each other, learn from each other, and use that information to make things better for our students. I'm very grateful to the board for recognizing the value of that partnership and taking the time to make this happen. I respectfully ask that you adopt CPAC tonight. Thank you.
Viviana Octaviano. Viviana Octaviano. B. Gasca. B. Gasca. Kristen Brown.
Good evening, trustees and Dr. Vinson. I'm a CISD parent of 2 in the Oak Ridge feeder zone, and tonight my comment focuses on student performance because, as you know, every decision you make should strengthen learning outcomes for our kids. So the STAR test results gonna come up tonight, showing decline in the areas specifically where Bluebonnet curriculum was introduced. That curriculum again was adopted without vetting from our local teachers, local campus leaders, or local district instructional experts. When curriculum bypasses local professional review in favor of the guarantees of a few at the state level, students become test subjects in an experiment, and the results we're seeing now reflect that. The budget is also on the agenda, and it's being balanced using kind of the same inflated cost of the Bluebonnet curriculum, but also doesn't include raises for teachers. When we prioritize balancing numbers over retaining our qualified staff, we create turnover, inconsistency, and instructional gaps. Those gaps again show up in the student performance data. And all of this is happening while the board, you've already expressed concern about declining enrollment. Families pay attention to student outcomes, to teacher stability, and the overall climate of a district. When teachers leave, when test scores fall, and when budgets don't reflect classroom priorities, families look elsewhere. Enrollment declines are not separate from academic declines. They are in response to them. Curriculum quality, teacher stability, budget priorities, enrollment trends, and governance philosophy all converge in the classroom. And right now our students are showing us, particularly in that K-5 ELA, that something is not working. So I ask y'all as a board to refocus decision making on what improves student learning. That means using our local experts, our educators, support our teachers, build a budget that values the people who deliver that instruction every day. Thank you.
Ryan Samoris.
Good evening, President Odeweller, members of the board, Dr. Vinson. I'm hoping you can help us out with something tonight. Late last year, this board adopted a parental engagement policy under Policy FA and amended Policy BED. Both were adopted to comply with the Texas Education Code 260071. This parental engagement policy was a state mandate to do just that, improving parent engagement. However, the actual statute says that the policy must, and I quote, require the board to prioritize public comments by presenting those comments at the beginning of each board meeting. Your policy took the word prioritize and applied it to who speaks first, such as parents, within the comment period. It left out the part that says when the comment period happens. And here's why that matters. This past year, executive sessions moved to the front of your agendas. In July's regular meeting, executive session ran from 5:02 to 6:50 p.m., almost 2 hours. In June, it was also 2 hours. May and April were about an hour. Tonight, it was an hour and 15 minutes. People who come here to speak have no idea when they will get their turn, and many may leave because they can't stay here all night. I ask that you move executive session back to the end of the agenda and that you amend policies FA and BED to meet the Texas Education Code regarding parent engagement. It is imperative that we prioritize public input, and I'm sure this is something that we can all agree on. Also, I'd like to put my full support behind the adoption of CPAC. I think it's an excellent idea, and it'll be very, very good for parents. Thank you.
Emily Hopple.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Vinson, thanks for the time. What you're hearing from constituents tonight is the result of 30 years of regressive state policy on education. For too long, we've heard promises that Texas would become a leader in education, yet we continue to rank near the bottom in per-student funding. After underfunding schools for years, last session, Senator Creighton and Governor Abbott created a private school voucher program with $1 billion in funding this year and the potential to grow to nearly $4 billion in funding per year by 2030. And 70% of the students receiving these vouchers were already in private school last year, just like every other state that's done this. Most students remain in public schools, which are responsible for educating every child who walks through their doors. So we ought to ask, are vouchers really the best way to spend our tax dollars? Special interest groups and PACs, including Texans for Educational Freedom, have invested heavily in shaping Texas education policy and contributed to your very elections. But elected officials have a responsibility to the entire community, not just to the political interests that supported them. CISD voters, along with 3 school board seats in November, we are also electing a governor, lieutenant governor, and other state-level positions. As we prepare to cast our vote, don't simply ask, what party does this candidate belong to? Ask, what will they do to adequately fund public schools based on what they've previously done? Will they put the needs of our students, teachers, and communities ahead of their political interests? A candidate's political affiliation doesn't automatically make them qualified or knowledgeable about literacy or school finance. I hope we elect people who want to focus on our children's education and the success of my child and everybody else's child and our teachers instead of pleasing billionaire donors that got them elected. We, the voters, have an opportunity to decide what direction Texas and this district takes on November 3rd. Thank you.
Lauren Doherty.
Hello. On August 7th, I received the district's email about back-to-school safety. Believe me, I fully support the goals it outlined: positive classroom culture, high expectations, consistent discipline, and parental support. But one sentence stood out to me. Quote, "To ensure fairness, clarity, and equity across every campus and feeder pattern, Conroe ISD has created a unified discipline management framework. I truly understand the importance of consistency and a unified district standard, but if the district is going to use the words fairness and equity, then I think we need to consider what those words actually require. My youngest son proudly attends Wilkerson Intermediate, a Title I school with more than half of the students are economically disadvantaged, 15% are mobile, and 22% are emergent bilingual learners. All of those percentages exceed the district average. Yet at the end of last year, Wilkerson lost both communities and schools and our Title I positive behavior interventionist. As a parent, that was difficult to understand. It made me feel like maybe Wilkerson just didn't matter as much, or maybe the district thought no one would notice. Well, I noticed, and I hope you can appreciate why the back-to-school safety email felt a little insincere. My son had a great year last year at Wilkerson, and I saw with my own eyes the positive and holistic impact that these additional supports made at the school. But what happens now to the needs that those programs were meeting? Do they simply get added to the workload of our teachers and administrators, or do they go unmet? Regardless, those needs will still show up as disruptive behavior, absenteeism, academic struggles, or even hunger. And when they go unmet, it affects not only the children, but their teachers and other students in the classroom. If the Texas standard is going to be more than a marketing campaign, I hope the district remembers that a standard is only as meaningful as the commitment to making it possible. The resources put into our schools need to match the expectations being placed on them. That, to me, is what the words fairness and equity should actually look like. And I have 15 seconds to say that my children attend Wilkerson and Knox and love our schools and our teachers and our admin and had a wonderful first year there. So thank you.
Mark Brooks.
Good evening. I'm concerned about the impact of Conroe ISD's implementation of Senate Bill 13 on classroom libraries. We all want students to develop strong reading skills. Classroom libraries can motivate students to improve their reading skills by fostering a love of reading, but only if they include books that appeal to a wide range of student interests. Many classroom libraries have been significantly reduced in size. Teachers scan the ISBN for each book in their classroom library, then district software flagged each book as either approved, pending, or denied. Teachers are not allowed to include books flagged as pending in their classroom libraries. A pending status means the software didn't match the ISBN. It doesn't mean the content is objectionable. Approving books by ISBN is difficult, and ISBN is format and publisher specific, so hardcover and paperback versions of the same work will have separate ISBNs. I suspect that the approved ISBNs are based on books that are already in school libraries. School libraries tend to include hardcover books for durability reasons. Classroom libraries likely include more paperback books since they're generally cheaper. Also, works in the public domain can have a lot of ISBNs. For example, I found over 5,000 for Moby Dick. I asked the Texas Freedom to Read Project how other districts are handling the situation, and a key distinction seems to be whether a classroom library book is classified as a library material or as an instructional material. Here are a couple relevant sections of SB 13. In section 33.020, library material means any book, record, file, or other instrument or document in a school district's library catalog. The term does not include instructional material as defined by section 31.002. In section 33.0205, nothing in this subchapter may be construed as limiting the acquisition of instructional material necessary for the teaching of, instruction in, or demonstration of knowledge of the essential knowledge and skills. Local policy EFB explicitly defines library materials to include books in classroom libraries. You could redefine library materials so it doesn't explicitly include classroom library books, and conveniently enough, local policy EFB is on the agenda this evening. So, thank you.
Rod Hammer.
I'm Rod Hammer, so I'm running for school board. Oh, I can't say that? Okay. I am here to address the Blue Bonnet curriculum. I think it's wonderful. I've seen a lot of things online saying F grade in some of our schools. And when you go and start pulling down the data and start looking at it, you see some schools with the same economic disadvantage or pretty close actually got better. Some schools decreased drastically. This to me indicates it's not a curriculum issue, it's an implementation issue or something else impeding what is going on. Over the years, I've been a CFO. I've overseen IT groups and accounting groups and all kinds of stuff. And anytime we did a system implementation, I would tell them, well, which one's it going to be? There's two types. There's bad and worse. So I think all implementations and even in bringing companies in that we bought, we always saw a decrease in our performance in the company that acquired the other. I think it's no different than what we're seeing with Blue Bonnet. And I would encourage, stay the course, find the issues, fix the issues, find if it's leadership, fix that. If it's resources, fix that. But you can't have the mixed results that we have and it be a curriculum issue. Now the high schools, the junior highs improved. What a wonderful thing. And my kids went to Grand Oaks. It's neat to see Grand Oaks finally making progress and getting better, Grand Oaks High School. So with that said, thank you for your time. Sorry about bringing anything up.
Susan Scruggs.
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Vinson. I wanted to talk about the social studies curriculum. There's a meeting coming up for the SBOE at the end of August. And the TEKS for K through 8 are set. They're completed. They cannot be amended. However, 9 through 12 is going to be focused on at this meeting. I found the following items need to be addressed and are insufficient in the TEKS. Freedom of speech and freedom of religion is mentioned in 2nd grade, but not in the upper grades of social studies. Freedom of religion is mentioned in economics in high school, and it could be discussed and analyzed, but that has not been implemented. The right to bear arms, there's no mention K through 12. Protection against unreasonable searches and seizures, there's no mention K through 12. Due process is not taught until 12th grade and is one of the most important amendments that protects us against a tyrannical police state. It should be introduced and taught sooner and repeated in multiple grades. The right of the accused, no mention K through 12. Now I will say that they did make some minor changes that I know of, but by speaking with a couple of SBOE members, I understand there was something added for the Bill of Rights for 3rd grade, but the corrections are not out to the public, so I don't know. Some of these things may have been tweaked some, and I'm hoping they are. But at this time, and from the data I've been given from the SBOE, this is what I have come up with. And there's only about 3 or 4 hours of allocated time for the Bill of Rights, and I propose allocating teaching the Bill of Rights be expanded, because it's such a key document and it's got grand stories of our history. It's rich with compromise and disagreements and name calling and all kinds of interesting things that the kids would, I think, really gravitate to. So I'm asking that you would contact the SBOE and look into this yourself, do the research. It's 239 pages of TEKS. And contact the SBOE, because we have a chance to get some of these things implemented in 9 through 12, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Scruggs, would you do us a favor and send us those in an email, please? I know
absolutely
I'm
will.
not the only one that's following it, and we would appreciate that heads up.
It's
and
hard to follow.
And
so you probably
especially
need to-
all the things that are going on in the TEKS process. So for me, that would really help,
Sure.
and I'll reach out and make
Okay.
my voice heard from there. So,
Right.
Thank you.
These kids need to know what their rights are.
Cindy Phillips.
Good evening. I want to thank President Odenweller for her incredible leadership and for helping me to connect with Dr. Upshaw. That introduction resulted in a cooperation that is about to make a tangible difference in the lives of students right here in our community. I'm a volunteer with the Convention of States Foundation, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit educational organization born out of Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution and dedicated to civic education. Through our partnership with the 917 Society, another educational nonprofit organization, we have the privilege of offering complimentary, commemorative 250th anniversary edition pocket constitutions of the United States to 8th graders across America during the Constitution Week in September. Our goal is simple but vital: to ensure that every young person has direct access to the founding document of our nation. Today, I want to extend a profound thank you to Conroe ISD, the school board, and the entire administration. Thank you for accepting this donation and for welcoming this initiative into your schools. By placing these pocket constitutions into the hands of your 8th grade students, you are taking a powerful step to further their education on the U.S. Constitution. fostering a deeper understanding of their rights, responsibilities, and the history that shapes our future. This effort is not just about distributing material, it is about igniting curiosity and empowering young minds. I look forward to continuing this partnership with the Convention of States Foundation, the 917 Society, and the entire Conroe ISD family. Together, we are investing in a generation that is informed, engaged, and ready to lead. Thank you all for your commitment to education and to our students. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone that was here to share this evening. We appreciate you speaking. As I've said before, we know it's not easy. Okay. We're moving on to the consent agenda at this time. These are routine matters that have been reviewed by the board in advance and been considered together through a single motion. Before we consider the consent agenda, I do know that I've had a request for the removal of items I, J, and K, all of which are policy items that were up for second read and adoption. We will address those in a minute. Are there any other requests at this time for removal from consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the remaining consent agenda items?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0. We will now move on to item CA. That happens to be consent agenda item I, policy CV, for the second read and possible adoption. Trustee Horton, I believe you've asked for this, so I will ask for you to start.
Okay, thank you. Hold on. I only had one concern, and it was something that I brought up at the last board meeting related to the change orders. I would like to recommend that instead of saying that the board is notified, that it is that the board has to approve the change orders, and I'm looking through the policy to find that exact line, but I'm good with the policy. Other than that one line, I'd really like to look at. Should I make a motion?
I need a motion that clearly defines where and what it is you want changed.
Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the red
That's
and
all right.
blue lines right now. I want to make sure I do the right one. So I would like to make a motion that we recommend the change order would cause the district to not go over the $500,000, and it would require board approval.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry, are you talking about change orders? Because those are...
It's on page 2. Sorry, I have the red line.
Hold on 1 second, though. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. I don't think they're clear where you're asking. That's why.
The page number? Yeah, I have this policy in multiple places. It's
Is it the over 500,000 or under 500,000?
It's the change order. It requires board notification. I just wanted to say approval versus notification. So just changing that one word, and there's just so much red and blue ink. I can't find it right now.
Can you tell us where, though? That it just
Is it the bottom of page 2?
It's the bottom, and I'm trying to pull it up at the moment.
Is it at the bottom of page 2, district approved contracts under 500,000? On district approved construction contracts, change orders shall not require board approval. The district shall inform the board of all change orders or combined change orders over 100,000 using the template for board approved contracts.
Yes. And I've got the clean version in front of me, so sorry that I'm trying to go back and forth on the version everyone has in their board book. But yes, instead of saying notification, I'd like it to say approval.
Also, just in case, there is a red line, I believe, in the folder before you on the table, just in case you want to pull it
I
out.
like this clean version, but I was
Okay.
trying to...
I thought,
yeah.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were saying you
I just wanted
see it.
to...
I apologize.
Yeah, I figured everybody else had the other version up. But so changing that one word from notification to approval.
So just strike basically not, right? So shall require board approval?
No, she wants it to change that we approve all change orders.
Over the 500,000.
I think that's what it says right now. It's the under 500,000.
I'm sorry, under 500,000, yes. Any change order, because we could cumulatively just have change order after change order. So I think if there is going to be a change order, just to approve it versus being notified in an email.
I'll just state to you that I did go over this pretty extensively with legal, with the district, and with people in construction, and I still feel comfortable with it, the way it stands. I feel the board is going to be notified. It says that they will inform us of all change orders, or combined change orders. So I don't understand. We would be holding up the process if we waited until the next board meeting for work to continue. That is a concern for me. It's been a concern for others that we've discussed when we've discussed the waiting for approval on certain things, but I'm open to what other trustees have to say.
And this is for construction contracts,
Yes.
correct?
Well, it's for the changes to the contracts we've already negotiated.
To give the approval up to the 500,000, I'm still leaving it to the district, but if we start to see change orders, my concern is that there would just be multiple cumulative change orders. So I would like to vote on those versus being notified. So I think there would be more careful decisions made if it required a vote.
Just to be clear, Trustee Horton, can you point to what page?
Page 2.
For you guys, it's page 2. I
Okay,
downloaded
see
the
it.
clean version, so
I just want to be sure I'm looking at the right.
Yeah.
Location.
Do we tend to have a lot of change orders under 500,000? Seems like they're usually much higher than that when they come to us. Does anyone know that answer, Mr. McCord? I'm just wondering how common this is in the first place that we would run into.
Those would not be common.
Okay, it's not common.
So if it's not common, I don't think it should be a problem.
I just think real quickly, if you remove the word not under the 500,000, then you'll approve all district change orders of any amount. So just want to make sure that's the intent.
No.
I don't think that's what it was. Please
No,
state
it was,
it again.
no, it was instead of notification, require approval.
So I think that then it would be the district shall, so on district approved construction contracts, change orders shall require board approval, and then maybe if they're over $100,000.
Right, yes.
Yeah. So it'd be maybe removing the word not and then adding if they're over $100,000 to that first line. But if you just strike the word not,
pulling
it's
up the
going to
100,000
require
to
the
the
board
first
to
line.
approve any district change order. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, pulling the 100 to the first line would make it more clear.
Can I just, I need to ask a question for context. Who requested the changes that are reflected here?
The thought is that these are contracts, any contract for or change order, or these contracts are for under $500,000. They're normally for, and Chris can certainly get up, but they're normally for sort of routine maintenance. So no large construction contract would this be happening on, because then the board would be involved. These are going to be smaller projects, routine maintenance, that kind of thing. And so the thought would be that as long as the change orders were smaller, the board would not see them at all. Once they exceeded $100,000, the board would be informed. But any project over $500,000, you would be intimately involved in. So the idea here was just to carve out your smaller projects.
I think you're just looking for clarity though, right, Trustee Horton? Because right now it says, on district approved construction contracts, change orders shall not require board approval. I could see where that would be a little bit murky. So I do think a wording change would be helpful.
But if you remove the word not, then it says that we'll have to approve all.
Well, you could change the
But
rest
she was
of the sentence
suggesting, Carrie was suggesting that we move up the 100
the
Yeah.
first line.
Yeah, so I would suggest striking not and then adding, shall require board approval if they're over $100,000.
I mean, that's basically at that point, just changing the above, because it's already saying over 500,000. So we're basically just moving it down to 100,000. That's what I'm hearing, correct?
Mr. McCord or Mr. Foster, I have a question. How will this impact the ability for AC work or these types of things that this would fall under, the categories this would fall under?
We would just have a handful of situations that involve this over the course of a year. Time is more, money is valuable, it is. Time is, like you mentioned, is also valuable, but it would only be a handful of times a year.
So a handful of times a year that you would have to come to us for approval if it would, I mean, that it could end up being over $100,000?
Correct. And even if it's all, it still would only be a handful of times a year. But in those handful of times, time would be of the essence.
Would a different number, I mean, I guess what I'm struggling with, because when we were working on this to bring this to, this is to give the board of trustees more insight into where the money is going in projects. That was the reason for this policy to come forward. Because most of the time it happens and we're never informed, and this was just to give us the information. Is this piece of requiring the 100,000, is it going to, or board approval, how would that impact the district? I know it's only a handful of times, but how would that, is there anything you can think of that this would impact that the board can take into consideration of where this might impact a delay that you would be waiting on us to vote on it? Let's say tomorrow something happens and then the next day you're trying to fix it and the next day you're trying to fix it and then you're waiting till September 17th for an answer.
In the essence of routine things that we can plan for, it would not materially handicap us. The things that go through my mind are when we respond to some type of disaster and how that could be impacted.
In that instance, does the superintendent have the authority to act without us in a disaster?
I believe there was verbiage.
I believe it is. That's
Carol,
why
I believe there's
wondering.
verbiage in there for that. Or there was at one
Didn't we just
step.
work on that policy?
There was a policy.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was getting at. That was my point. I do believe that could happen. So are you seeing that this could potentially be a real hindrance for you? What is being required that would give more, or what is being requested that would provide more transparency to the board?
Within the parameters of normal operations, no. It would be something that would be very doable for administration. And CV as it is, we felt good about the way it was written. Kara spent a lot of time on it. But whatever you want to do, we can make it work. So I'm trying to be, that's just it.
Well, I know,
Yeah.
and that's why I'm just trying to be considerate of the request that's
Right.
being made, but I also need to make sure that we don't have a month that we're sitting here waiting.
Correct.
So, are any other questions?
I do think this requires a wording change. I mean, it says on district-approved construction contracts, change orders shall not require board approval. The district shall inform the board of all change orders or combined change orders over $100,000 using the template for board-approved contracts. So to me, that first sentence says no board approval, and the second sentence says board approval.
It's very clear. They don't
Am I not
need
in
our
the right
approval,
version?
but they're informing us. It seems pretty clear to me.
But why does it say shall not require board approval?
Because it doesn't require it, they just inform us.
It's a different type of contract. It's approved by the district. That's the only reason why.
He said it was doable, so can I call my motion?
Anyone have questions? She's calling the motion. Go ahead.
I-
The motion is,
You want me to say it again?
yes.
I want to say what Kara said, which was that, sorry.
You amend the motion, you
Yeah.
amend it?
Oh, I'm not amending a motion. Oh, amending it to move the
Oh, wait,
100,000.
we already have a motion on the table.
Can we just?
You can withdraw your motion.
Just have her withdraw.
You can withdraw your motion.
Withdraw that motion.
Thank you. Now, put your other motion forward, please.
Okay. Kara, can you tell me how you had it worded on district?
On
approved?
district, so the motion would be, I motion on district-approved construction contracts, change orders shall require board approval if the change order exceeds $100,000.
Okay, so on district approved construction contracts, change order shall require board approval if the change order is over $100,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. All opposed? The motion fails. Now if there's no other amendment requests to this policy, we will continue with the approval of this vote. Are there any other amendment requests? Okay. Do I have a motion to accept CV as presented?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor show by...
I'd like to ask a question.
Oh, yes.
Discussion. So can you tell me again why this policy was revised, or who requested this revision? Okay, just a little context to the revision and why this was
the reason I request...
this was because I think it's hard to understand based on at least what I'm reviewing in our board book, the red line version, that this did or did not require approval prior to this policy revision. I would like to know, are we changing, because these are board approved contracts with change orders.
Some of them are that's what, this is several different points. This one is that she was asking for had to do with board approved contracts that are over, that she was asking for were district approved. This whole thing encompasses the notification of the board of certain things transpiring.
So prior to this policy revision, these did not require, these were district approved, not board approved. So I guess I'm requesting in this particular paragraph for district approved contracts under 500,000, when you say, or when this says district approved, can you just provide a little clarity on? So those are, like these haven't in the past come to the board for approval, these type of changes for these type of contracts?
I don't believe they have, but because that was one of the reasons why I asked for it.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused about
the idea is that if the district's going to contract and it's for under $500,000, and that's in federal statute, then the district has to inform you that it's contracting, but it can enter into the contract. And that's just consistent with state and federal law for contracting.
But prior to this, when we worked on CV and the district worked on CV, a lot of this that's in here happened without the board ever knowing. That was the reasons why I asked for the changes.
Right now, the policy in our policy manual states approval authority for construction contracts value at or above $100,000. The superintendent shall also submit the resulting contract to the board for approval. So we're actually stepping that down in this new policy.
Mm-hmm. You mean withdrawing it altogether?
Well, we're saying instead of the board approving it in this policy, like we just said,
notified.
We're saying notified. So,
and I don't really like this direction we're headed, where we're just getting notified. I think we should take more formal votes so that everyone's on the same.
That's actually been my concern, because a lot of things we're being notified about a lot of things in these weekly board briefs that get a little intense some weeks, and my fear is moving forward that certain items, if they have required board approval in the past, are getting buried in paragraphs of information that is being shared on a regular basis. Although, be it regular, it gives a lot of room for the board to possibly not see something that, if in the past required board approval, is now not going to be required.
It did it? That's what we struck out. That's what we added in.
Brian, do you want to come up and you can talk to
If the superintendent determines that such prior approval is unreasonably delays construction, the superintendent is authorized to approve the change orders anyway.
Mr. Broussard, I'm just looking for a little context here as to what was practiced in the past versus
Right.
what these revisions are allowing and how this could affect.
I'm going to give you my
the
honest
board.
opinion as I'm standing right here. I don't remember what was in the last policy. I'll be 100% honest with you. It was 5 months ago. I'm being straight with you.
So we
The
revised
current
this
one is-
policy 5 months ago?
Huh?
Are you saying we revised this policy?
I'm
Oh.
saying that we've started working on it, and we've been working on the new draft, so I can't recall. I don't think that they required approval, but I'm not 100% certain. The thing about it is, with the change orders, to the best of my knowledge, in the 2 years that I've been here, we haven't brought a single one. I mean, we haven't, please.
I just want to point out, this is for construction. You guys are talking about approving items in general right now. That's not what this
If
policy
Mr.
is.
Foster could clarify, yeah, construction
This is
change
about
orders.
construction, and this is bringing more clarity to the board. So I'm in favor of it.
Are you sure, can you confirm that, Mr. Foster, based on past
I
precedent?
hope. The CV policy that existed prior to these changes still required board approval for change orders to construction contracts over $100,000. Board approved contracts for construction started at the $100,000 limit. I believe we're trying to raise that to a more appropriate limit for construction.
Yeah.
Maintenance stuff, because my counterpart on the maintenance side, Mr. Schrader, does a whole lot of work that doesn't approach the thresholds we've talked about in the new policy revision. So that's really where we need to differentiate the two. He can do things that are considered construction because replacement of a chiller is technically a construction or a public work, but it may not cost $2 million. It may cost $400,000. So at $400,000, the way the new policy revision is being contemplated, Dr. Vincent would have the ability to say, yes, do it, Marshall, and approve it. Now, if Marshall had a change order for $100,000, I think that's what we're talking about. If I'm bringing you a project of capital improvement, it's a board-approved contract regardless. My change orders, in likelihood, are going to be substantial if I bring them. We don't bring many, but if we bring them, we'd be bringing them for board approval anyway. So we're really trying to not to get our maintenance department caught in the crossfire here.
Okay.
But we're trying to keep them moving on. The stuff that I do is what Mr. McCord is routine, planned, thought out. I mean, we're not trying to come to you with emergencies through my department. Stuff that needs to happen regularly is through Marshall's department, through the maintenance department. So that's really the differentiator between the size of the two things in the new.
But just to make sure I get this straight, this is notifying us if there were change orders. We didn't used to get notified under the 100,000.
So for now that
No, I meant in like
that's
the
not,
situation with Marshall.
yeah, that would, I'm not involved in that.
Yes.
And so on his side, there really aren't any change orders that are done on that side. I mean, could it happen? Certainly. But again, it's just so few and far between, so rare for those specific projects like Easy is talking about, where we know we're going in and replacing a chiller. I mean, it's an all-in cost. It's all quoted out. I can't think of the 4 years that I worked for him and the 2 years that I've worked here that we've had a change order that was in that amount on the maintenance side.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That helps to be clear on the intention here. I think that was my concern. Is I wasn't clear on the intention of what this wording would do, so.
Gotcha.
Okay, so do I have a motion to accept CV as presented this evening?
So moved. Second.
Okay, all those in favor, show by the uplift of hands. All opposed? The motion carries 5-2. The next item up on the agenda is item J, policy EFB, and I know that Trustee Horton has a revision that she wants to bring forward, or an amendment again to this one.
Yes. I had an amendment. I also, hearing from our public comment speaker, I have also a new concern about the ISBNs and the fact that the hard copies have a different ISBN than the paper copies, and that might be something, and I need to look through it more for the verbiage related to that, that we would want to look into if it's the same, novel essentially. My change was that, and this is on page 95 of the redlined copy. We have on there, and it is under, I'm trying to have you guys find where it's at.
95.
Yeah, page 95.
That's fine.
So it's the second paragraph from the bottom on page 95. It says, for individual or mobile classroom libraries, employees shall check out all library materials only from the district or campus approved library systems and library catalog. So my motion would be to change that wording and instead say, for individual or mobile classroom libraries, employees shall include only library materials from the district or campus approved library systems or library catalog.
Include only?
Correct, versus check out.
It says check out all.
Check out, yeah, so it gives the...
So you want it to say include only library materials, not all.
So they're not checked out, right. Do you want me to discuss first?
No, I just want to make sure of your language. So for individuals or mobile classroom libraries, employees shall include only library materials?
Include the approved library materials. And Dr. Upshaw helped me with the wording of this.
I still, you've changed it now 3 times. I'm still trying to get.
No, that's the same
Will
thing.
you say it again, please?
I'll read it again. For individual or mobile classroom libraries, employees shall include only library materials from the district or campus approved library systems and library catalogs. As we have it now, we are saying check out, so it gives the impression that they would have to get their classroom libraries from the actual library.
I think, I'm just, the reason I keep asking is because I'm concerned that you're saying that only library materials can be checked out. And I had that you were requesting to remove the word only and leave include library materials. I just want to make sure that that I am getting it the way you want it, not the way I was told.
The essence of it would be that if it's approved in the library, they can have it in their classroom. It's not something that they would need to check out from the library.
So your motion is for individual or mobile classroom libraries, employees shall include only library materials from district or campus approved library systems.
Correct. That's the change versus
and library
check out.
catalogs. Sorry, I left off that last part. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, now it's open to other trustee questions.
Can you read it again? The update.
Oh wait, we didn't vote on it. Oh, do we have to? Can we have discussion? Yes, we can. I'm sorry, I'm getting all confused with all the things going on. Sorry, go ahead. You got it? Okay, so the request is that instead of it saying employees shall check out all library materials, that it will now say employees shall include only library materials from the district, campus approved library systems, and library catalog. They can't request any for their library to be approved.
Well, that's later on. This is related to, that it's compliant to what's existing. There is also a component that says they can request it. My concern with that checkout language is that it gives the impression that they would only be able to get books from their physical school library and put those books in their classroom versus bringing their own books that are compliant, and ISBN is something we might want to also
So you're saying as long
look
as the
into.
books in the classroom are the same as the ones that are approved for our school libraries, then they should be okay.
Then they should be okay, right? They shouldn't have to get it from the actual school library.
Is that what it's saying? I just want people counsel on that. I just want to make sure we don't open ourselves up to a contradiction.
No, I think that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem. I just want to make sure.
I think that's a good change. Yeah.
Can I bring up a point while we're discussing, I think Mr. Brooks had mentioned it, and I know other teachers have mentioned it.
Are you in regards to this? Because I don't want to open up another
ESD.
one and then before we vote.
Go ahead.
So if it's in regards to this amendment request.
This policy.
It's this policy.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and finish this amendment request because there's a motion on the table and you seconded it. So let's go ahead and vote on this amendment change and then we'll go on to the next, your discussion item.
Is your comment going to provide clarity for this point that we're
It's not clarity for this point, but it is related to the point, just about what books we have for our classroom libraries and ISBN. So however you want to do it is fine with me. I just wanted to make sure we discuss it.
Let's go ahead and vote on this amendment. It just is much cleaner. So let's go ahead. Do I have I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor of accepting this language change to be employees shall include only library materials from the district or campus approved library systems and library catalog. All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, thank you, Trustee Semler, for waiting. Go ahead.
Thank you. Some teachers have brought to my attention that they use sometimes their classroom library books to fill some of the gaps that they're finding in our curriculum, especially our elementary school teachers. And some of the very early readers don't even have ISBNs, and I forgot what they're called, but they're kind of like the Dick and Jane books, where they just have the, they're like little paper books. And so now they're worried about whether they can use them in their classroom libraries. So I would like to add an internal review process for books that are not in our system to help kind of build a whitelist for our district.
So do you actually want to make a change to the policy or in the process and procedure?
I am open to what admin says, but I do think we should add a
I understand
whitelist.
that. And, we could, Mindy, we could take a look at that. And look, she's scrambling up here to.
Oh, I thought she was
The thing is, I think that we could make that amendment. I think we could do that within a procedure. So yeah, let's figure out what we can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that happen because I know that our teachers are very thoughtful about the books that they include in their collections to fill gaps and to help students, and so we need to make sure that we're supporting them by letting them use those books.
So if there is an ISBN number of a book that's not currently approved on the list, or that's in the catalog, or it's a book provided by content for the classroom libraries, the teacher can submit that book and that ISBN number, and it would go through the acquisition process like y'all get for just any new title that we add to the school library too. So it would be on that list that goes for the 30-day review that then comes to y'all for approval.
But I want to make sure that you said they have books that don't have ISBN.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that we have a process.
Yeah, but they can look, just those like little kindergarten books.
Right.
I don't know what they're called though.
And there's a difference too when it's been used for instruction,
Mhm.
like a book like that falls under EFA and not EFB.
How do they
For
know
instruction.
whether a book that they have in their classroom library is EFA or EFB?
If they use it to teach with versus being self-selected. A self-selected book,
child
that they go and pull it off the shelf to read, that would pull it for EFB.
Okay.
So your request that you were saying is they would be using it as a supplemental item, and that would actually, for teaching, so that would fall under EFA, not under
Correct.
EFB.
The teachers I've talked to have had those books in their classroom libraries, and I guess they're not clear on what they can use and what they can't, and they really want to follow our procedures.
It does get tricky because if they're using to teach with, it's EFA, but then if they go set it aside, that a student can go self-select and read,
so
then it
that's
moves
the
it to
difference
EFB.
there.
Mhm.
And so then there's a problem when it becomes an EFB book that it doesn't have an ISBN.
But if there's books like that, they can submit them to us that we can get them for approval, and we can go ahead and put them in the classroom library software. That when I guess they really can't scan it because
Do you
it's not
think
doesn't have a
that
scan.
You guys could help teachers out a little bit, relating to what Mr. Brooks said. Instead of just putting in the ISBN, if you guys have a hard copy, could you also identify if there is a paperback copy and put that in so that the teacher doesn't say, look, you've already approved this book in the library, I'd like the paperback in my classroom.
The problem with that is SB 13 is by ISBN number, not by specific title.
But
by
if
the
you're
title.
putting in the new ISBN for them, so they
They
don't
can
have to
submit
do
it for approval, but if we're talking every book that has a paperback or hardback, different one, that could be every book that's in the catalog.
Oh, there's not like a way for you guys just to consolidate and say, this is a hard copy we have, I bet there's a paperback copy, and put it in automatically.
It would have to, but the whole thing is with the acquisition process. We have to approve it by ISBN number, and that paperback has a different ISBN number than the hard copy.
And the feedback I've been getting as well is, is it bookmarked? Is that for the scanner?
Mhm.
That a
No,
lot of
that's
them-
Classroom Library Manager.
Sorry, okay, but
Yeah.
when they're scanning them, all the ISBNs haven't been uploaded yet, so they'll have to wait a month and then go back and read.
So what we're doing is when they scan them in, if there's something that comes up as it's not in there, I'm going through and looking at them and checking them within our catalog and then switching it back to be approved. So actually I've been working on that this evening so that they have a more current list.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Are there any other discussion or questions on this? Then I will call for the motion to approve EFB with the amendment that was already approved as presented this evening. Anyone get it?
So moved.
Okay, thank you. Second is Ms. Gambino, trustee Gambino. Dungan did the motion. All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. The motion carries 7-0. Okay, we are also pulled from the agenda is consent item K for FOF, CPAC policy, and I believe that was you, trustee Semler.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. I saw in the CPAC policy, sorry, I've got to pull it up now. Okay, I saw in the CPAC policy with the membership and composition, it describes the voting council members, and then the board representative is the ex officio non-voting member. I just wanted to clarify that board members can't be voting council members. Is that true with this policy?
Yeah, it says shall not vote.
Yeah, it says shall not vote on
So
CPAC matters.
We only have the one board member as the board representative under C, ex officio. They can't join as voting council members. Because it doesn't say that under voting council members. I would prefer if it said that Conroe ISD board members will be ex officio members and then refer it to C. I think that would probably be more appropriate.
Can you say that one more time? I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd prefer if it said, where it says A, voting council members, if there was a sentence that said Conroe ISD board members can only be members under board representative ex officio for C.
So repeat B in A.
C. Just to make it clear that, like,
I'm so sorry, yes. C, you want to repeat C in A.
yeah, any board members will only be ex officio members of CPAC. Like any Conroe ISD board members, like trustees, will only be ex officio members of CPAC.
So in C currently, it says that a board member shall not vote on CPAC matters. So A is referring to voting council members. So it's already addressed in C.
It says the ex officio board member shall not vote on CPAC matters. It says one member of the board of trustees may serve as an ex officio member, but it doesn't specifically say more board members can't serve as voting council members.
Oh, you're saying that one can't vote, but others could be on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can see what you're asking.
Yeah.
Sorry, it just took us a while to follow that where you were on that.
I see. So then C could be any or no board members.
Well, C would be one board member, but then any other board member could join as a voting council member. There's nothing preventing that from happening.
No, she's saying to make the change.
Yes. Oh, yes, exactly.
From one to no member of the Board of Trustees may, well, no, that wouldn't work.
No.
A member of the Board of Trustees, or Ms. Ballou, do you have language that might help us through here? No, then it says
I'm
may
just going to
serve
be
as an
honest here, just legally speaking, I think the fact that it's saying that one board member can serve in ex officio capacity would preclude any other board member from just serving randomly on the council. Yeah. So to me, it's not a legal concern, but if you think you need clarifying language, I think you could just say, add a sentence at the end that says no on voting council members, you could say no board member may serve on the council other than in accordance with C.
I just remember there was some disagreement, I believe it was about Shack several years ago, because it wasn't clear, so I think it's better to err on the side of being extra clear than not.
That's why I'm trying to we were trying to get language that agreed with what you were saying.
I understand.
So I'd probably say just add a sentence to the end of A that says no Conroe ISD school board member shall serve on the council other than pursuant to C.
I think that sounds good.
Yeah.
Did everyone understand that and get that? So I don't have to sit here and write it all down. Does anyone have a question on that?
No.
All right. Do you want to make that motion?
What Kara just said. I didn't write it down.
But that's what I was getting at.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I motion that no Conroe ISD school board member sit on the CPAC council other than pursuant to C. of this section.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0. For that amendment, yes. Now, second part. Are we ready? Is discussion complete at this point? I just want to, before, okay. I will call for the approval, a motion to approve FOFF, F-O-F-F, as presented with the correction or the amendment change that was already approved. And do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries on this 7-0, and yay for a new day.
I just want to say, we've been working on this for close to 2 years, so this is a pretty big day for special education in Conroe ISD. So thank you to everybody. This has been awesome.
Okay. We are up to item 7, correct? I've been flipping back and forth in my book so much, I just want to make sure. We are up to item 7, administration, receive athletic programs update. Oh, 6, sorry. Technically it's 6, I apologize. Administration, receive athletic programs update. And I believe we have a duet tonight. Dr. Merle?
I'm the quick part of the duet.
A lovely duet.
President O'Weller, members of the board, Dr. Vinson, tonight we're going to present a review of the athletic department review that was completed by the DeSantis group. DeSantis came in and they did a review of all of our whole athletic department. They reviewed and went to each campus and reviewed all of the athletic facilities around the district, as well as they interviewed district personnel. They interviewed our athletic coordinators, our athletic secretaries, interviewed coaches and athletes. And also they provided a survey for other coaches that they did not interview, as well as other student athletes to get their feedback. And so tonight's review that Coach Ferris is going to present incorporates that summary of all the data that they collected and information they collected, and has some recommendations for us to start looking at.
Mr. Ferris, I just think this may be the very first time in 4 years that you have presented before me. I think you've given out some awards, but thank you for being here, and I'm glad to see you.
Well, Board Trustees, Dr. Vincent, thank you for having us. Thank you for being willing to talk about athletics. I think I could do that all night, although I won't. I know we're on a little bit of a time constraint in that regard, but no, thank you so much. You know, we're blessed with great tradition and high expectations in Conroe ISD in everything, and I like to think especially in athletics, right? We have such wonderful programs and such wonderful people that do such a great job for us, from coaches to athletic trainers, certainly our student athletes. You know, anytime you come to a football game, as you know, those are some of the biggest events that the school district puts on, and when we get to do that, we get to showcase a lot of our student athletes, we get to showcase a lot of our students, right, throughout that whole event. So always fun there. Like Dr. Merle said, the DeSantis group put together this review after going through and talking to just about everybody throughout the athletic department, and the good news is that they told us a lot, but I don't know that they told us a lot that we don't already know, and that we don't already have some things in place that we're working on. But to begin with, let me see if I'm doing this right here. There we go. For the overview, they certainly talked about a strong and high-performing program supported by dedicated coaches and administrators and staff that are committed to student-athlete success. And I think that's the overreigning thought throughout Conroe ISD athletics, is it's all about the student-athletes and all about our staff and what they can do for those student-athletes. You know, the 5 strategic priorities that they went through, as you can see there, from facilities, staffing, district-wide organization alignment, purchasing, and communication. We'll talk about a little bit as we go through this. The facilities and capital planning, you know, a lot of times when we talk about things in athletics, it boils down to facilities. And facilities was an overwhelming part of this review and what they saw in terms of what we do have and what we may need going forward. And certainly, as they talk about, we need to conduct a full evaluation of the athletic facilities and equipment across every district campus. And as we do that, Dr. Vincent and I talked at length about doing that and those types of things. And so we will be moving forward in doing those types of things to look and see what plans we need to put in place, which obviously the second part of that is a long-range planning.
Chris, I want to make sure that you mentioned also, we compared those to other schools in comparative analysis as far as what they have. And so one of the things we want to do is cohort of other school districts so that you know what we have is comparable, and then what you have is comparable to the other schools.
Yes, and part of number two is we continue on with that to provide facilities that our neighbors and our peer districts do have as well, and that we stay in contact with what they do have. Along with, you know, capital improvement plan as we look forward down the road, what things need to happen, you know, and put those things in order and do what we need to make sure we're taking care of our facilities and keeping them as safe and as valuable as we can for our students and our coaches. You know, an equitable funding model. What was shown is that a lot of times we put things to our booster clubs, and you know, in some instances they can handle that. Some instances they can't. Should they? Obviously, things we need to look at and where that looks, you know, in terms of each campus and how we divide the budget and those types of things. You know, obviously we need some consistency and equity as we continue to hopefully take some of those things off of booster clubs and those types of things. And lastly, it was shown that we need to continue with the stakeholder input. You know, our stakeholders, our end users, our coaches, our student athletes, they know the parameters of what they need and how that works at their particular campuses, and who to glean that information from the best is to sit down with them and see what it is we need and where we need those things. You know, some of the examples that some of our peers are doing as we go forward, we've all heard of the WBGT with the UIL and the wet bulb, the heat, all those types of things. Some folks have found creative ways to cover practice facilities. You know, there's as we look at things, one of the recommendations from the review was that we take a look at lights for our junior high programs. One thing that would be allow them to do things later in the evening when maybe it isn't as hot, and also allow them to do more things because we do have lights. So just one thing that they had pointed out there. Moving on to staffing and resource allocation, you know, there were certainly some recommendations, and again, as I said, not things that we don't know or don't look at, but at the same time too, when we look at our staffing levels, we certainly want to remain competitive, and that's what you guys work on each and every time you meet is keeping salaries and they're, you know, the budget's competitive. So you know, we want that obviously to keep great coaches, but to also attract great coaches as well, right? Standardize the allocations. You know, certainly we want to allow our coaches to be able to do what's at the root of their profession, and that is coach, right? And maybe help all of the extras be something that they have staffing and help with, to not have to look at that takes away from the root of their job descriptions and you know, all the ability for us to keep up with numbers when it becomes a time to look at how many we have participating in different programs throughout. You know, how do we go about facilitating that, and you know, the differences there as it could be from campus to campus. And then obviously knowledge preservation. We talk about keeping and highlighting what we do and what works well. We've certainly got great coordinators at our high schools and at our junior highs that do great things, and they know a lot of great things. So as we look to you know, centralize our procedures and our resources and those types of things, we certainly want to glean that information from them and certainly take all those good things that we do and that our peer districts are coming to us and asking us how we do those things. Certainly keep those in the mix. Alignment and UIL compliance. Certainly this goes directly to my office, and what we continue to try to do daily, right, is clarify how each organization is reporting what's going on. You would be amazed, and several of you have had athletes go through the system, so you know what the UIL requires, and it's one of those things they continue to put more on. We never take anything away. We used to get an athletic physical, and then we got to play. Coaches got to put them out on the field. It's not that way anymore. We've got so many different things, from paperwork to rank 1 online certifications. It seems like every year we get another mandate from the UIL, like the wet bulb, those types of things that we've got to monitor and comply with. So when we talk about role clarity and the alignment there, it's a little bit towards district office staffing, but how do we go about that, and how do we go about that information in terms of the district schools at each spot, and how do they have that information? Athletic operations manual, we spend a lot of time each year updating that and changing how that sees fit, what has changed. Different aspects from all of our departments in the district go into that, and how that can change from year to year. So we are doing that, and we are able to get with our district about that each and every year. Some centralized compliance. As I talk about the UIL compliance each year, staffing and staff training are ever more important, and we've got to be able to continue to get in front of our coaches and give them that information. We were able to do some proactive things with that this year early on with a communication message that was able to go out to CTE, to the fine arts programs. Our coordinators were able to help roll that out, and they were able to just talk about how coaches are to interact with students, what new House bills are, those types of things. So, proactive in that and in regards to that, and sometimes that requires a little additional staff, but we can continue to do what we can do. As we talk about purchasing and travel workflows, Brian and his staff have been great. This is something that we had earmarked several years ago about trying to streamline and get better at. And I think we've come a long way. The digital workflow, when you're talking about sending teams on trips out of town, whatever that may look like, how do they go about receiving their funds to feed those kids on the road? What does it look like when they take a trip to a tournament and they've got to give a fee check or something like that? And so, the days of, and as big as we are, the days of coaches handling a lot of money is not good, right? So as you talk about number 2 there with the district P cards, that's something that Brian and his staff have been working with us and is really looking good and going well. I was actually able to use a P card this summer at our state conference, and instead of, hotels sometimes don't take checks anymore. We've had to take checks in the past. Well, you might get to a hotel and they don't accept a check, right? So, hey, what are we doing with that? And that may be more of those P cards, and we're working on systems to put those in place, and piloting a couple of campuses with that this year that should help us streamline those approvals and accelerate the approvals. And like I said, we've got coaches in the past that may have had to handle a lot of money that they might not necessarily need to, and compliance that goes along with that. So we're thankful to the purchasing and finance crew and what they're helping us do with that as we move forward, especially as it goes in compliance with those reviews. Communications and operations. I think that the biggest thing from a standpoint of the review was that we need to continue to strengthen and create clarity. We've got identified shared expectations, timelines, reporting channels, the responsibilities amongst the schools. As we do bring on coaches and talk to our coaches each and every year, we've got to really be strong in our onboarding and training. That's a little bit repetitive of what we've already talked about, but you can't communicate too much, right? We've got some communication expectations as we look down the road too. and some of those things that you all have talked about in sessions past, like Grand Oaks piloting the Parent Squared coming through, some of those expectations of Sports U, condensing that to a single platform. And lastly, I think it goes without saying, the group felt like we have a very strong foundation for the future. To quote the group, they found that Conroe ISD athletics is built on strong people, strong relationships, and shared a commitment to their students, which I think certainly goes without saying. They talk about we're not facing organizational failure, although I think sometimes I look around and think, gosh, how are we going to do this, or how are we going to get that done? But we always do. But we're able to sustain through dedication and adaptability of the staff despite operational hurdles that we do have. And as we implement these recommendations and build consistency, I think we'll maximize the efficiency and support and continue to sustain excellence in the district.
Madam President, I want to also say, Chris was talking about that it's nothing we didn't know, nothing's been written down. And there is, as far as systems go, and about general control of how those kind of things are, we have to get, better at the processes and systems that we have, because it will make sure that there's a level of clarity among the campuses that we're taking care of. And the thing that I know that Mark and company are really great at is we're creating playbooks for these standards and stuff like that. I don't know if you want to speak to that at all, but those are really important. And then all those commonalities and standards that we confer are not there. We haven't looked at coaching stipends in how many years? 15 years?
Mostly.
The thing is that, so that's been looked at, but we're not, what I'm saying? You say that we know it all, but at the end of the day, we're not, are we looking at those kind of things? Are we providing those competitive things? And then the other thing is it relates to making sure that we look at sizes of campuses and about, equal opportunity, because when you have a campus like, York or McCullough that has 2,200 kids, you have to look at those facilities and say, can we accommodate basically what is a double campus? And so how do you make sure that there's equity in process so that you have as many advantages as someone else is going to have that has 1,000 students at their school? And so, again, I don't know that we have looked at it, but the thing is that we've really got to take a long look at that. And that's the thing about it is that, when we quantify things, I'm not saying we can even do things about things, right? But at least and you can make sure that the systems are working. And that's really important. I think we have really dedicated staff, Chris, and this company do a lot of stuff and running a lean group of people. But we've got strides to make and systems to create, because I think it's going to be really important.
I'm curious what prompted us to do this review.
It was my idea. The thing is, I do that every time as far as I do that with fine arts and athletics. It's the two big drivers that cost a lot of money, and the things is where the biggest variances are. And with 6 campus schools and 3 on 7, it gets pretty crazy as far as what you're doing. And then the other thing is that are you having, wherever time I've experienced this, is you have inequity with regard to junior high feeders in terms of competition and to do those kind of things. At the end, we didn't mention this, but there's a scorecard for every campus, and they're going to actually start measuring not just wins, but participation, growth, and all those different things. And so, again, we've not ever done this, but it'll also let us give a comparative analysis. And so, Trustee Gambino always talks about what are we going to measure? You're going to be measuring, student success, participation, and those kind of things. And then you'll also see where there's voids and needs. Because another thing about this is this. So we always say that we want to build something or we want to do something. So when you're in the situation where you have a master facilities plan and you've identified these needs, how many gyms do you have? Because gym space in this plan is needed. You know what I'm saying? And so all of those things, it takes facilities and it takes people. And then it also takes competitive people, because you want to make sure that you're given the kind of look at those reviews. And so we've not done that. This quantifies that so we can start doing that and reviewing it and updating it every year. And it was one of the best things I ever did this is the third time, to provide a standard so we have a pathway and a vision. Not just one person's idea about it, because that's what happens. I wanted to do this and we get it done. This actually provides a pathway and a plan for us to do it.
I love the fact that you said, there's nothing written down, and anyone that knows me knows that I like data and I like processes, and it has to be written down, because what happens is that's intellectual real estate that leaves. So when you decide to leave and retire, you hit the lottery tomorrow, fingers crossed, you know, it goes with you. And so then we're left with poor succession planning because we cannot get the next person prepared. So I love that. Before I was on the board, I live in the Grand Oaks feeder. I have a daughter who plays soccer at Grand Oaks, and I got convinced to go on to the Booster Club. That was a lot of work. And it was a lot of work because you're writing checks. You have to get a check to the coach because they're going to get a hotel, and then there's the food. It's just like, it's a lot of work for any organization to do, let alone the coach who's like having to do their job.
No, and I mean, the thing about that is that you're really basically as good as your booster club when you can't do the things. And so you need to have a baseline set of needs that everybody can have those met, because that part is, you know, a lot of kids don't have that money and can't do those things.
Absolutely.
And I mean, we rely significantly on booster clubs.
Well, I mean, and a coach shouldn't have to pay out of their pocket if they've got to take the kids to lunch because they're out, you know, they're out on tournament or they're part of the UIL competition, because that happens. They only get like $6 or something like that when they're, you know, when they go to UIL competition. So now they're having to do that, and to your point, if they don't take a check at a hotel, which I don't know who does that anymore, it's inconvenient for them. And then the other part about that I found interesting when I was, you know, in the Booster Club was how much the Booster Club was actually paying for. And so not only do the parents of the kids that are playing the sports or doing the activity, they're funding their kids' activity with buying uniforms or whatever they need to do. Now we're going to them and we're fundraising them to death and giving them popcorn or whatever the things, just so that they can come back and we can buy stuff for the team. And it just, to me, it didn't make a lot of sense.
We're very thankful for that, but at the same time, too, it's not sustainable, right?
Absolutely, but not every campus, you know, not every campus, the families, there might be some that they may not be able to do that. So then now those children maybe go without. And so I love the fact that this has come up. I love the fact that we're going to do something to streamline the P cards. I think is a huge thing. The stipends for the coaches. I mean, you know, there's a lot of visibility when we do well in an athletic program or in a fine arts program. There's a lot of visibility to our campus, and so we need to
the visibility. It's the attraction to people coming
That's what I
to
mean.
our district.
That's what I mean.
It's the property values that go up because people supply and demand.
So so being able to pay them appropriately. I mean, I know that that's a subject for across the board, but I'm happy to hear that it came.
And the thing too is that, you know, just addressing the fact that, you know, and Mark is doing a lot, Dr. Romero's doing a lot of stuff to update with the high schools and stuff, but we're using paper still.
Yeah.
I mean, so we need to get away from that and do digital things, because it just makes it that much harder on the coach.
Well, and you know, the one last thing I'll mention is, you know, the standardization of process and the standardization of what the brand looks like, right? Or Texas standard throughout everything, because you shouldn't go from one school to another and it look and feel differently. Yes, you make it your own. Like, you know, we got our growl, we have our thing at Grand Oaks, and, you know, College Park has their thing and so forth. But the baseline, it should be the same. So I'm happy to hear that we're going to be looking at that as well.
Yeah, speaking to the booster club that you were mentioning, I know some booster clubs have had to pay for additional coach stipends out of their own funding. So I think it's really important that we are looking at, you know, across the board, that we're being equitable to all of our campuses, because they are of varying sizes. And I'm so glad that you guys are doing this, because you said before that when a student comes to school, they're coming for that program.
Yeah, they're not coming for math.
Right.
Maybe somebody is, I don't know.
That's the driver, and that's,
math was my
I think that's
favorite subject.
Right.
Sorry,
Dr. Merle was coming
Dr.
for
Merle,
math.
Dr. Merle came for football at Pine Tree. He didn't care about that math. But it's true though, and the thing too is that, I mean, and I want to tell you this: coaches work hard, and it's early in the morning, late at night, and you know, the thing is, there's not anybody that has a better connection to people than those coaches.
All right, any other discussion?
Can I just say one? Oh, sorry,
You
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No,
No,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
So we have talked about stipends a few times since I've been on the board, and but we only talk about it. I think we still just really need a plan of how, like, we have so many compensation priorities that need to be met, and if we don't start making a plan and carving it out little by little, so I just really don't want this just to be information.
Oh, it won't be.
I want it to, yeah.
But this
Okay.
is going to help us
Thank
in
you.
master planning. This is going to help us to make sure we don't spend millions on things that we don't need and get the things we do need. And the other thing too is that it's going to take a look at what we do about the plan, because what our goal is to come back to you and come back to you with proposals about where to get there. Because and when I started this last time where I was at, we couldn't do it all. But what you can start and you can have a definite goal incrementally.
You said something that's important, or I think you or whoever said it, that we just need to know. We just need to know what's happening so that you can have a plan. And you mentioned, and I will say this, like York Junior High, well, my twins are there, and last year they're in athletics, and they finish up athletics, but they have to finish. They get dressed very quickly and have to finish in the cafeteria because it's a big school. And it's like, but do we know that? And so, and then how do we account for those schools that are bigger? I mean, I know that we're going to get the Grand Oaks the ninth grade center. That'll help, but maybe not every campus is like that.
But you don't have that option right now, and so how do you build into that deal where you can accommodate it?
Okay, anything else?
I've got to bring it up, but just because I think I came to you a couple of years ago, or maybe right at a year and a half ago, and brought to you concerns that several coaches had come to me, and we were in the process of organizing meetings so we could go across the district and maybe meet with a group of coaches. And one thing I do appreciate, Dr. Vinson, you bringing in this group, but when I talk to coaches or when I hear from parents and students in our different feeders, it's not so much that they want equity, they want equal. They want the same thing. They don't want something because I have a real issue with equality versus equity. Dr. Vinson is well aware of this, so I know you're not surprised by my comments, but one thing I did hear from the coaches is that they want equal stuff. It's actually the opposite of having one campus have something that the other one doesn't, because that is the problem right now. We have certain campuses that have turf here. The last thing I want to see this district resort to is one campus getting, heaven forbid, an indoor facility and the other, or we have to centralize that. So centralization brings me to my next point, is that I really think as part of our plan, like Trustee May suggested, we look at equal opportunities for the entire district. Now we're going to be having 7 feeder zones, so really considering that in a plan, a long-term plan, that we can offer equal opportunity to every campus, no matter their economic status or their parent involvement or how big their booster club is, but that we as a district look at it as an equal playing field, right?
Yep.
So that
the booster clubs are going to do those kind of things extra, but what we need to make sure is there's a baseline set of needs that are all met.
Yes.
And that's what you're asking for.
And that is my point, is that the more we grow, we're going to have to bring this into a central. You're going to need some help, is what I'm alluding to. And I think one of the recommendations that I found equally encouraging as I found it alarming is that we may need to consider increasing the number of central athletic the management of, because we're growing so big that it's hard to manage, because our campuses are so varied in their resources. So just making sure that we approach this with a long-term plan, with our growth being considered, and make sure that it's equal across the board, because the last thing I want to hear these coaches come back and say, y'all did it, but you gave this one something that you didn't give this one because this is, and that, because that's what I was hearing 2 years ago. So going into this, I just want to look at it from an equal, centralized effort, so that we don't give one more than the other, because that seems to be the problem we're dealing with already. So thank you.
All right, any other discussion, questions, or comments? Thank you both very much. Moving on to, I am going to double check with everyone. I would like to finish up this section before we take a break. Is that okay? Okay, good. Moving on to item B, administration item B, which is with Dr. Merle. Our next item is to approve membership of District School Health Advisory Council for 26-27 year.
Good evening again. I first want to relay that Mrs. Norman will be the liaison between the district and the SHAC committee. She unfortunately could not be here this evening because, as a new principal of a school, as she joined in the spring, now all the fall activities are requesting her presence, and so she was busy tonight doing the team handshake at the volleyball game. She had no idea what that is, but she's going to find out tonight, or she has probably just found out. So I am standing in and talking about the SHAC membership 26-27 just real quick, and asking for approval of one of two options. First of all, just to give you information about the process, is the applications were for parents, district employees, and community members, and it was opened up in May of 2026, at the beginning of May, and they closed on June 30th, 2026. We had 61 applications, 37 parents, 7 community members, 15 district employees, and we had 2 high school students, and that's going to be a point of decision for y'all to make, and I'll explain later. The evaluation process, the SHAC membership committee completed the review, and during the review they looked at previous service or experience in schools, working, volunteering, service oriented. We validated that they were a parent and had children in the schools, make sure that's one of the criteria, or we validated that they were an employer in our district. We did look at attendance, or the committee looked at attendance to see what their participation was in SHAC, if they were on SHAC the prior year. If they attended or didn't attend, that may have impacted them being selected in the review process. And then they had to look for a balance of parents in other areas to obtain what's in the bylaws of 60% parent balance. And then they also tried to incorporate and make sure all the feeder zones were represented based off of the applications and be fair in that respect. So in the end, the determination was the parents represent 64.2% of the committee. There were 37 parent applications, and there's the breakdown in the feeders. 34 were accepted, and there's the breakdown. District personnel is at 20.8, and you can see the breakdown in feeders through there with 15 applications. Then you have the community at 11.3%. They had 7 applications, and it shows where the feeders that those 6 represent. And then high school students would represent 3.8, and that is pending because that comes for y'all's decision in a second. So here are the 2 options breakdown. Sorry it overlaps on this screen, didn't overlap before. But we have option 1. This would be 53 people. Including the students. There would be the breakdown, and the reason the students are up there is for you to make a decision, is the state SHAC doesn't say whether students can belong or not, doesn't really have any guidance, and the bylaws for SHAC say parents, district staff, community, and didn't address students as well. But we do believe that the feedback that I had from the SHAC membership committee is that students do bring a unique perspective, and it's them. They're involved. And so felt like that would be a good process to do and incorporate when a student wants to actively engage in the process. And there are 2 students, I believe one was from the Woodlands and one was from the Conroe area, would be a great addition. If for some reason you did not feel that would be appropriate, then option 2 would be the selection 51 students, and that does not include the students, and then you would see the percentage breakdown. So at this time, the SHAC membership committee requests the Board of Trustees to select an option for the 26-27 membership.
Any discussion?
I have a question. Caney Creek, so I didn't see any representation. Did we not
Correct.
receive any applications?
They did not have any applications from Caney Creek, and it was advertised, and we sent that out. We used social media. We used the newsletters at the campus and emails out at the campus, but unfortunately, Caney Creek did not have anybody. If they did, we would have put them on the committee to make sure we had representation across the board. But unfortunately they didn't, and you saw all the others had representation, whether it was light or not. As you saw, 2 schools had a lot of representation and drove most of it, but we do try to solicit that as much as we can.
Historically, have they had any representation?
Very, very low, and then if we are able to get somebody to actually submit an application or participate, usually they do not attend as much. And it's not just SHAC. That is
That was
some
what
of
I
the
was
things
about
that-
to share.
well,
It is one of the areas we have struggled to have representation from, and I just believe it's the demographic of the area and
It's a challenge.
the amount of work and the not as flexible work. that
On the
is being
geography.
done.
It's-
And
it's our
geography.
furthest away.
It takes forever to get from
Right.
there over to
And we do,
our
and we do
meetings.
have a conscious effort of trying to get more and more Conroe and Caney Creek representation in different committees, in a variety of committees. It is a challenge. And you end up having one or two that are willing to do it, but then they get, for everything, they get hit up for everything, and they finally say, okay, enough, or I need a break.
Any other questions or
I
discussion?
had one.
How old-
Oh, sorry. Good. How old are the students that have applied?
I believe they were going to be seniors. I'm not sure. Do you remember? Was one ninth grade? Okay. So a ninth grade and
And they'd
and
be
an
able to make those
upperclassman.
meetings, the meeting times?
The meeting's at 4:30, so it worked for a high school student.
And they knew what time they were? Okay.
Yes, that was included.
Trustee Dawson?
It says in our board brief or board book that we're required to appoint at least five of those members, the board. Did we do that? I was not given that opportunity.
That was in a prior bylaw. So
It's in there for 26, 27. It's in the explanation. Someone wrote that.
The Board of Trustees
Okay.
to appoint at least 5 members of the SHAC.
Okay, and I apologize, and that's my fault. So the board item that I pulled this from was when there was that was the standard at that time, and the bylaws were redone. They were redone, so kind of go back in history a little bit. There were bylaws written. The past board changed the bylaws. Then as soon as the new board came in, the bylaws were changed back to the old bylaws. The bylaws in between were appointed members by the board, and only appointed members. There were no other members. When we went back to the current bylaws, it is a application process reviewed by the members. So I apologize, I did not catch that.
So the SHAC bylaws no longer say we need to appoint 5 members?
We don't get to appoint anyone?
Correct. It is off of the membership, and that's why it comes to the board to approve. I apologize that I did not catch that.
Would y'all like for us to bring this back to you?
No,
With 5
we
members?
did approve those bylaws recently, right? Did
Yes.
those bylaws?
Y'all approved the bylaws when this board came into,
That was like the first thing we did.
Was one of the first things we did.
That's what I'm asking.
it was
So we've
the
approved
first thing y'all did.
the reversal back to the previous bylaws for the shack. That's what
Correct.
you're saying.
Yes, when y'all went back to the bylaws that were created by
Okay,
the SHAC committee.
Just being clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or discussion? Okay, are we good? Do I have a motion to accept either option 1 or 2?
Can we go back to the options, please? I motion to accept option 1.
Is there a second? There we go. Did you get that, Mrs. Spurlock? Thank you. Okay, so the motion, we've had discussion. Is there any need for any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, and it's been seconded, sorry. All those in favor of approving the option 1 with 2 students in it, please show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to item C, Campbell Elementary School access and maintenance easement. The proposed action includes delegating the authority to the superintendent to negotiate and execute the documents necessary to complete this transaction. Mr. Foster.
Good evening, President Odenwell and members of the board, Dr. Vinson. It is my pleasure to present this to you tonight. It's a request for the consideration and approval of the access and maintenance agreement at Campbell Elementary. So Campbell opened last year in the Evergreen subdivision. The Evergreen Community Association has done a pretty good job of having a look for their overall neighborhood. They've asked us if they could continue that look onto our streetscapes on the 2 streets that make the borders of Campbell Elementary. So this agreement codifies their right to access that area, provide the plants, the irrigation, maintenance of those streetscapes. So it's Stone Crest
and Adventure Ridge. So it's the two streetscapes that make our corner. This doesn't cost the district anything, and if they ever stop, we'll just continue the operations we already have in place. So at this time, we're requesting your approval.
I move to approve.
Second.
Any other questions or discussion? Yes. All right, all those in favor, show by the uplift of hands. 7. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Okay, next item up is item D, House Bill 3, district's compliance with armed security requirements and consideration of a resolution declaring a good cause exemption. Dr. Landry.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Vinson. Like last year, we are here to ask for your approval for the good cause exception to House Bill 3, security compliance. If you will recall, there is a mandatory campus standard for an armed security personnel on all campus during the instructional day. Like last year, we have allocated those positions. We have budgeted for those positions. We are in a position now, though, where we don't have valid candidates for them. So going from last year, we were here. We had some vacancies. We worked very hard, Chief Blakelock and his group. The hiring process for a campus police officer is extremely strenuous. The vetting alone for getting the right person to put with our children is extremely intense. But then there, Chief Blakelock does a fantastic job of training. And there's the training that they have to go through after they accept the job, plus a 10-week kind of internship or shadowing where they go on campuses before they are given a solo campus. So we knew we were going to be opening 3 new campuses. We were going to need 3 new officers. But then in the summer, we experienced some retirees in July. So we are in the process of filling those positions. This is not a lack of funding. This is currently a lack of qualified applicants, which is one of the reasons that we can file for a good cause exception. You can see the timeline that we have gone through to get to this point. We feel very good about where we are. We do have, at this point in time, 10 applicants that are currently in the candidate pool in varying stages of the hiring process. Several job officers are expected to come in the coming weeks, and then they can launch into their training regimen and their 10 weeks of field training before the solo deployment is active. So we are in the process. We do feel confident that we will, in the coming weeks, be able to meet the standard. But at this current time, we do not. And just to make sure that we are in compliance with the House bill, we're asking for your approval for the good cause exception at this point in time.
Questions or discussion?
I move to adopt the resolution.
Second.
All right, all those in favor, show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Dr. Landry.
Thank you, Dr. Landry. All right. With that, I promised a break at the end of, oh wait, yes, that's it. Okay, I promised a break at this point. Item D of administration is complete. So the time is 8:13, and I'm going to give a 10-minute break to go to the bathroom, get a drink of water, or whatever you need to do, check on your kids at home, and we will be in recess. Sorry. Our next item up is academic programs and instructions. Before we begin, it's an overview of the district's 2026 STAR grades 3 through 8 and end of course results. Before our district does a presentation, I have something I would like to say. Fact: any new rollout in an organization comes with challenges. Last year's ELAR curriculum was no exception. However, this one did come with some unique circumstances. Fact: before any votes were taken on new curriculum, the law changed on how Texans could teach children to read in the state of Texas. The curriculum used in our district would have been non-compliant and no longer a viable option. Fact, the State Board of Education, with the input of thousands of teachers and a rigorous IMRA process, provided us 2 options available to choose from. Fact, one of the biggest challenges was a yes vote from the board voting for this curriculum. It was voted in science and one of timing and strategic planning decisions based on the need as giving us as much runway as we could have in order to order, receive, and deploy our materials. Even with that strong move, we face serious timing issues. Fact, once that decision was made, the Teaching and Guiding Coalition and administration hit the ground running, planning on how to proceed with the rollout. They voted overwhelmingly, 70 to 30%, they wanted to deploy it district-wide, every grade K through 5. That was a bold undertaking, not one the board expected, but the board trusted their decision and voted for it. Those are facts. Now for my statement. I am the president of this board, and the leadership, and with that leadership comes the tax. That doesn't bother me in the least. The Lord's armor is there for me to use, and his word is my sword. What I want you to hear loud and clear: the people that deployed this curriculum performed with superhero effort. They literally expended many hours of energy, some blood, and sweat, I can assure you. The administrators on this campus, on campuses, our teachers, and all involved in implementing a pivotal change in the methodology by which we are teaching reading in the state of Texas did so with fidelity and a desire for every single child to succeed. When you attack the curriculum or lack of success, you attack them personally. I would like all in this room who had any part, big or small, in this curriculum change to please stand, and that includes those streaming at home. This includes you as well. These are your neighbors. Please stand. These are your neighbors. These are the people behind the scenes working hard every day. These are the elite, the best of the best. I will not allow people to demean their work and their service because people don't like me or my decisions. We see you, we appreciate you, and we value all you have done every day. Please take a minute now to thank them. When you see them on a campus or in your community, I urge you to thank them. You have no idea the work that they have put in. There are many things that give us an understanding of a student's academic year. STAR results are just one facet of determining our students' academic year. And make no mistake, it's a big deal to us, or at least to me, as our former superintendent was known for saying, "It is a snapshot in a story, it isn't the whole picture." This was but year one of a foundational, scientifically proven curriculum implemented in our district. HISD, which I've heard scoffed over, is on year 3. Since taking on their reform, they've gone from 121 D and F rated campuses to just 18. This isn't a curriculum issue, it's an implementational time challenge. If they can do that, just imagine what year 2 awaits with our elite team. Thank you. Dr. Landry, you may begin.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Vinson. We want to start by just saying thank you for allowing us an opportunity to present our scores and our performance update to you. As we get into the numbers, I do want to say our school district it is right where it was. We are holding our own. We are a solid B-rated campus right along with our neighbors in Klein and Katy, who are also Bs, and we're right in there with them point-wise. We have some fantastic things to celebrate with these scores. When you look at, it was already mentioned in public comments, our junior highs and high schools, but we had some elementary successes as well. We had campuses who made double-digit gains in performance, and we are immensely proud of them and the work that they are doing. And you're going to see that in the data. Now, not to shy away from the other part of it, there are some challenges, and there are some concerns, and there are some issues, and we're not going to shy away from any of them. We're going to embrace them. We're going to look at the data. We're going to disaggregate it. We're going to dig into it, and we're going to find out what the diagnosis is. And when this presentation ends, when Mrs. Stewart is done, I hope you take away two things. Number one, I hope we are able to demonstrate that not only do we have a district-wide, very strategic plan on what we're going to do to address all those needs, as well as to keep the trends of those positive trends going, but you hopefully will see comprehensive strategic plans at the campus level. Each individual campus is engaged all summer in diagnosing what's going on their campus and what they are going to do to fix it. And along with the structures that Dr. Vinson has put into place to help support that work, we're going to work very, very hard on those strategies and on those plans. And we're going to be on top of it. Our assessment plan is solid. Our data teams are ready to go. And we're going to be watching and we're going to be supporting at every step of the way. And the second thing I hope that doesn't get lost in the numbers and all of the noise is the immense pride that we have for our faculties and staff. They, President Odenweller, you said it very nicely, they have worked very, very hard. They've given up their own time, their personal time with their families to try to implement all of our policies and curriculum with diligence, and they have been successful. They really have. And so I know I can speak for Dr. Vinson when I say that we could not be more proud of our faculties and staffs, and that we are ready to work alongside them again this year and to support them in their very critical work. Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Melinda Stewart, who is our Executive Director of School Improvement and Accountability, for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, Dr. Vincent. We have student performance data hot off the track. Lots of great things, as Dr. Landry alluded to, that we're going to walk through in this presentation. And we'll culminate in the end with some specific strategic actions that we're going to do to support our campuses with the use of this data. So we're going to look at two different sets of data. We're going to look at first our accountability data, and then we'll shift over in looking at student performance data, how we compare to our peers. And so right off the bat, we'll look at some of our accountability data. So this comes in waves. And so we just got a wave of preliminary data that came in, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. Our next wave is going to be in September and November. There's federal accountability data and determination levels. And then our final ratings will come in December. And so all of this is still preliminary until that timeline hits in December. So it's important to note district accountability is unique to the Conroe ISD, and it's unique to every ISD because it's determined by the different campuses within your district. And so for Conroe ISD, it's not just a simple average, it's a weighted composite of every campus. And so our elementary schools are 23% of our total weight. Our middle schools, which for Conroe ISD are intermediate and junior highs, are 37% of our total weight, and our high schools are 40% of that total weight. So together, these all come together and measure and merge into our single overall district accountability score, which captures performance across STAR achievement and growth. It looks at TELPAS progress. We examine graduation rates, college, career, and military readiness, and also closing the gaps. So as Dr. Landry said, we are, overall, we maintained a B rating this year with both student achievement and school progress holding steady from our 25-26. While we saw a 1% decrease in closing the gaps, we're taking direct and strategic action to reverse that trend. And later on, I'll talk about, we're going to monitor that through our TELPAS plan. And then we're also school improvement, some targeted support across the district at every campus, and that'll be new for this year. And so I'll talk about what that phase looks like on every one of our campuses. And so overall, our goal is to drive student performance and growth across the district. So looking at our preliminary A through F ratings, we've got campuses that had some strong overall performance and remarkable campus growth, and I want to celebrate some of those. Of our 66 rated campuses, nearly 73%, so 43 of our schools, earned an A or a B, and nearly 90% achieved a C or higher, which is above the state average at 85% at a C or higher. So we're performing above the state. Some exciting things are for two of our campuses, Lamar Elementary and Stockton Junior High. They received an A for the first time in their campus's history. So that's a lot to celebrate for both of those campuses and the hard work that goes behind it. You guys see a letter and everybody sees that, but it's the hours and the work and the strategic thought and planning that goes behind it, and the student motivation and the culture that's created on that campus are all the unseen things that really go into that rating. So some top overall gains are Moorhead Junior High led the district in a 12-point gain from a 69 to an 81. Giesinger Elementary had a 10-point gain from a C to a B. Runyon Elementary had an 8-point gain. It finished 1 point shy of an A. Hope Elementary and Conroe High both had 7-point gains, and they moved to B ratings. Pete Junior High improved from a C to a B. And we had 2 campus milestones. Remember, we launched 2 campuses last year, and both Campbell and Eisler Elementary secured B ratings in their inaugural year. So while these gains are amazing, we are still focused on the targeted support to ensure every campus moves forward. And that's part of our strategic plan of, looking at every campus across the board. And you guys have positioned us really well to do that work this year. So some areas, under the Texas and federal standards, schools are evaluated every year and on how they close achievement gaps across their campus. This is a measure using Domain 3, which looks at 3 key intervention areas. So those 3 areas are targeted support and improvement, which would be TSI. And this is assigned when a campus has at least one student group that misses performance targets for 3 consecutive years. Another area is additional targeted support, which would be ATS. It's applied to campuses where specific student groups perform in the bottom 5% relative to comprehensive schools. And then the final category is comprehensive support and improvement, CSI. It highlights Title I campuses performing in the bottom 5% overall, or high schools with graduation rates below 66.7%. These designations are updated every year based on Domain 3 performance, meaning a campus can change categories from one year to the next as performance improves. And that's what I'm going to share with you too about some of our campuses have moved designations through this year. So our targeted support and improvement campuses, these campuses missed performance targets for 3 consecutive years. We have some exciting news to let you know that Gordon Reed and Hope Elementary successfully met the targeted goals, and they exited TSI status for this school year. Houston Elementary remains in the TSI status for a second year, but did have an increase in performance for the identified student group. And Wilkinson Elementary entered TSI status for the upcoming year. For our additionally targeted status, which are the campuses at the bottom 5% relative to comprehensive campuses, some exciting news is Moorhead Junior High, remember that high performance from that 12-point gain, they successfully exited the additional targeted and moved down to the targeted support. So that's a celebration for them. They had an increase in performance in the identified student group. Austin Elementary transitioned from the targeted to the additional targeted due to a student group performing in that lowest 5%. Travis Intermediate and Veterans Memorial Intermediate are newly identified at the additional targeted status. For our comprehensive support and improvement campuses, Grangerland Elementary, and this is a celebration from hard work, of 2 years of hard work. Grangerland Intermediate successfully exited the comprehensive status and moved to targeted support and improvement. So over 2 years, they've had substantial gains in student performance and growth, and they have successfully exited. And now they do have a student group that will monitor under the targeted support. So that's a huge celebration and a lot of work to move that along. So along those same lines, we have 4 campuses that we're going to discuss a little further. Anderson Elementary, Creighton Elementary, Milam Elementary, and Bosman Intermediate have entered comprehensive support and improvement status. So for our targeted support and improvement and additional targeted support, they are required to maintain local improvement plans, which will identify performance objectives and strategies, much like our SIP. And those are monitored on an every 9-week period. And we also have pieces where Region 6 will come in. And so there's a very monitored plan for all of those. For our comprehensive campuses, you will see on the screen right here, there's a strategic planning process for those comprehensive support and improvement. And I'm going to identify a couple of the phases that they're going to be walking through. We began and already are in phase 1, where they've conducted a needs assessment and root cause analysis. So campus administrators, and this was actually across the district, went through a needs assessment and root cause analysis training. We went ahead and had everybody, because that's important when you're writing your campus improvement plans, but also important for our comprehensive support and improvement campuses. So they've all been trained in June. Now, all 4 of these campuses that I told you, Anderson, Creighton, Milam, and Bosman, are also Title I funded campuses. So they've aligned their Title I funding with their, campus needs assessment, and that's already taken place. And we're also have already had initial school improvement planning meetings at all 4 campuses in late July and early August. We are moving into phase 2, where we're developing the campus improvement plan, which will be aligned to the state says it's called a TIP plan. So our campus improvement plan, we align it to the TIP, the Targeted Improvement Plan. And I know there's a lot of acronyms, so I'm trying to say the word and all of that at the same, but SIP to the TIP. That will be on September 1st. We're going to go to a Region 6 Service Center training, where we're going to look at the requirements of the TIP, the monitoring of it, and all of that. And then we're also going to be learning, walking campuses through the effective school framework. And that's going to be a piece that Region 6 will come in, and it'll do walks of our campuses and give feedback of what levers are important for them to work through. Phase 3 will come, we'll be coming back to you guys with a public meeting and a presentation of this plan for board approval. And so all of that will be brought back to you for as far as what are the plans at the 4 campuses, what are the monitoring pieces that will come into play. And so all of that will come about in phase 3. And phase 4 is the ongoing monitoring and reporting. We will have checkpoints scheduled in September, December, February, and March that we will sit down and monitor how is the campus progressing towards the goals that have been set and what adjustments need to be made to the plan along the way. And also there will be an annual review in May that might adjust some of the strategies that are put in place for each of those campuses. And so for our comprehensive support campuses, it's very much step by step. The plan is very aligned, and it's one that will be shared with you guys also, so that you'll know how we're moving our campuses through this process. So moving over now, we're going to look at performance. And one of the things I want to make sure to mention at this, when we're looking at performance, remember I said we're going to look at kind of 2 sets of data. We looked at accountability. Now we're going to move in performance. And this is going to be information taken from the Texas Research Portal, because one of the things we wanted to do is look at how do we compare to schools like us. And with preliminary data, this is where we can get data on how other districts are doing at the time. And so it's we switched so that we could give you that comparative of here's where we stand, here are districts like us, and we can kind of have that view in this conversation. So for context, our performance is measured against the peer benchmark, and I want to tell you who's in that peer. We used a weighted average of 7 similar districts. We looked at Clear Creek, Cy-Fair, Fort Bend, Humble, Katy, Klein, and Spring Branch. And so all of those, when we talk about peer districts for each of that, it's the weighted average of those 7 that we're going to look at. So moving over, starting with our elementary campuses with RLA Math and English, it's combined English and Spanish scores, we do have strong news overall. Our students scored above the Texas state average across every single elementary grade level. When we look at how we compare to our peer districts, we exceeded peer averages in 4th grade math, and we matched them in 3rd grade math and 4th grade RLA. The one area where we saw the shift this year was 3rd grade RLA. Last year, we were right in line with our peer districts, and this year, but this year they outperformed us. The state saw overall a 1% gain across 3rd grade and across the 3rd grade reading data. So, looking at this, we can take a closer look at 3rd grade reading data and what pieces we can put in place. There's lots of elements coming in with the lasso lift of support and lots of different pieces that we can help our campuses along the way. So lots of celebrations, but also, as Dr. Landry alluded to, we have work to do, and that is always with accountability data. You look at where you are and you look at where you want to be next, and so that's what we're doing across all of our campuses. When we looked at performance, and it was, for our title and our non-title, it was, we looked at trends and different things that we could identify to support. Was it at the meets level? Was it at the master's level? All of those pieces are things that we're analyzing, supporting campuses to make sure that their plan is lived out to support the students on their campus in the best way possible. So looking at our intermediate campuses, our baseline performance is a story of strong growth and competitive momentum. Across all core content areas and grade levels, our students are consistently outperforming the state average, ranging from a 3% above the state average in 5th grade RLA to an impressive 17% above the state average in 6th grade math. In grade 5, our science performance tops our peer group at 49 versus 47, and math remains right on pace with our peers at that 54%. While 5th grade RLA sits slightly behind our peer average, 60% versus 66, it maintains a solid margin above the state benchmark. When comparing our performance against our regional peer districts, grade 6 shows exceptional strength, outperforming peers in both RLA at that 63 versus 61 and math at 59 versus 50%. So overall, these baselines position our intermediate campuses well above the state curve, while also providing clear targeted opportunities for us to accelerate learning as we accelerate down the track. Looking at our junior highs, we have some excellent news to share with our junior highs. They outperformed the state average in 5 out of 6 tested categories. In grade 7 RLA, our students outperformed both peer districts at 64 versus 62% and 10% above the state. Our primary strategic focus is grade 7 math, which currently sits at 28%, slightly under the state average by 1%, and 7% behind our peer group. So when looking at 7th grade math data, it's important to note a common pattern across Texas middle schools. The top 40% of our highest achieving 7th graders in Conroe ISD are accelerated into pre-algebra and algebra 1. And so that shifts the baseline for our 7th grade math metrics, and that's important to note. These students are not included in this data as they take the 8th grade STAR or Algebra 1. So that is something to consider when some of our peer districts approach it differently.
So they don't offer that option to take the 8th grade math?
It's aligned to how many TEKs are taught. And so for Conroe, our stance is our 7th graders, when they accelerate, it's determining how much of this 8th grade TEK. So our 7th graders who are in pre-algebra take the 8th grade STAR exam because a lot of their content is the TEKs that are aligned to that. So it really determines what TEKs are in the scope and sequence of that to which test.
But we can't shift it down for testing?
Well, but our students, this is the right pathway. When we're accelerating our students forward, we're putting them on the path that makes sense for each of them, too.
But the answer is yes, you can do that.
Do we do that under our District of Innovation Plan? Where do we claim that, or how do we put that into play? Because we have options, is what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we determine, or how do we choose that path for our students?
Yeah. So I actually, I'll defer. We have some of our curriculum people in here who, have a lot of knowledge about why each of the TEKs and why the pathway is for each of those. So, yeah.
Can we come?
I can save it till the end, yeah.
Can we put a pin in that for right now while we finish getting through this and then open it up and you can ask that?
Well, and yeah, we'll put a pin in that, but I'm not speaking just individual students. I'm saying as a district, we choose that pathway. So.
Perfect. So grade 8 demonstrates remarkable balance of momentum across the board. Our 8th graders lead the state benchmarks by comfortable margins, highlighted by 8th grade math at 13% over the state and 5% over our peer group, along with grade 8 science at 12% over the state, which is that 65 versus 64 peer average. Grade 8 RLA matches our peer average at 66%, 8% above the state, and social studies remain strong at 9% over the state benchmark, which is a 44 versus 45 peer average. Looking further into our high schools as we cross the finish line, for our baseline performance, our end of the course assessment results show consistent excellence across all 5 core content subjects. Across the board, our high school students are outperforming the state average in 100% of tested EOC exams, with leads ranging from 6% in English 1 to 10% in U.S. history. When compared to our regional peer group, our campuses demonstrate strong competitive footing. U.S. history leads our peer group with an average at 77%, which is 10% over the state and 1% over our peers. Biology and English 2 match our peer group averages at 74%, with biology at 8% over the state, in English 2 at 54%, which is 7% over the state. English 1 is at 54 versus 56% peer average, and Algebra 1 is 62 versus 66 peer average. But they both remain comfortably ahead of our state benchmarks at English 1 6% over and Algebra 1 7% over. While all of this information gives us clear lanes for instructional refinement as we drive even more towards higher performance. So some strategic planning that's going to happen over this school year. One of the things we launched this year, and it's something that's already happened that was an incredible day, was thanks to the vision of Dr. Vinson, he brought in CISD Data Day. And what this day was, is it was an inaugural day where all of our campus administrators came together and we dug into our data for the first time. We had never done this across the district, and we brought everybody together. We talked about assessment standards in CISD, got everyone on the same page. We reviewed our district data in much the same way, talking about the performance trends and things like that, so everybody was on the same level of information. We then, moved into pit stops along the way. And on those pit stops, each team was able to dig into student achievement. And they had, time that was spent with their campus where they got to look at where did we land? Where do we want to be? How are we going to get there? And a lot of those questions that you don't always get that pause time to sit down with your team. And so we started that off. And then they moved along the way to growth and looked at their growth and how was their growth over time for their student groups. Are there areas that they can look and refine? And here's the thing, we had groups that were together, and there was one group from this campus giving ideas to this next campus and so forth. And so it was really a cool day. We also took a time to look at our TELPAS. We looked at a special focus on our emergent bilinguals and what are we doing and what is our TELPAS? How do we move students, and what is the reality of what our data says to us? The final stop along the way was the comprehensive campus instructional game plan, where the CNI team led campus leaders through planning for reteach cycles across the classroom. So when there's a tier 1 piece that they just need that quick reteach, what does that look like? And they dove in and were given a model to be able to look across campuses.
I want to brag on Melinda too, because one of the things that's been my model, they've actually done this better than I've, just as good as I've been doing it for years and years and years. I got this from Northside ISD in San Antonio. And the cool part is that what we do with every staff development we have with our principals is that they actually create all of the documents and they become data savvy, and then they take that document, and the principals don't have to do anything, they just have to go represent that data. And so when they leave, they have a whole kit of everything that's ready for it. And they killed it. They had a race car in front, a real actual race car. They really dug into this thing and made it a big difference. And I was floored. And the things that was encouraged, in fact, what the principals were saying, I wish we had more time doing this. Who wants to say that? Well, no offense, Melinda, but you know what I'm saying? That's really cool when they want more.
You're right. It was a half day that they want even longer because they got time to sit and focus on their goals and be able to set that plan before going in front of their teachers. And you're right, they were provided with a template that looks much like our racing theme, and all they had to do was plug in their numbers and turn around a data day for their campus right away, instead of them trying to figure out what all of that, was going to look like. And so that part was, great, and a great service that we were able to provide. So that's kind of the work that they did in the final lap, was the campus planning, where they took that and really turned around the message that they wanted to share with their campus about their student performance. And so, thanks to Dr. Vincent and his contacts at Wiley, we got lots of great ideas for this day, and it turned out amazing. And it's a good launching point for us for this school year.
We stole everything, and it was great. And improved on it.
And we stole you too. So there you go.
Yeah, absolutely. So another piece of our work with school improvement this year is, as I talked, we have support on every campus across the district, which is new for us this year. And so each of the campuses on this data day also looked at what is their pathway to meet their goal. Because with accountability, there are different areas, you might be good in performance, but growth is an area that you need to get better in. Or it might be relative performance when it looks at how your performance score compares to peers like you. Or it might just be fine-tuning small specific things on your campus and not big overhaul systems. And so that's what you see right here in the pathways. Each campus has a pathway, and it has a monthly data focus, instructional focus that will lead them in the work that they're going to do. And they're pairing along with the school improvement department, the learning and data facilitator, to walk them through their pathway. We have 68 very different campuses, and one pathway doesn't get us there, but this gets us to the goal together of growth for all of our students. And so you'll see some of those campuses are working on specifics, and some of the things they are, if they need to focus on growth, here's some actions, relative performance. And then the final is our fourth, it's a growth and performance. Maybe we just need to build solid systems from the ground up. And so everybody has their different pathway that we're working towards, increasing student achievement for all of Conroe ISD students. Another piece, we kicked off Data Day, but that was just the starting point. And you guys probably see 7 zones. Hold on, we don't have another high school yet, but we are working in, because we are launching that next high school, and we're already working in feeder patterns with that group through our Data Day. And so we're being proactive at some of these conversations across the board. And so this year, our campuses will have 2 feeder zone Data Days. And during this, time, they will be able to, as it says, collaborate together. There are nuances that each of our feeders have that are different, and they need to understand where is our high school, what does the graduation rate look like? What are some of the CCMR targets? Because there's very specific decisions you can make as a feeder campus that can support that goal if you know what it is. And so they're working together as a group. Some of the other pieces are we're going to be digging into our MAP assessments. Last year was our first year of implementation K through 8 for MAP. And we did an incredible job across the board. Our teachers were on board, they implemented, and this year we're going into it with a little muscle memory. We've done it, and this is our second year. We're gonna start using, and continue is the right word, on using these assessments to drive the performance in our classroom and to understand our students better. There's a lot of information that's included in this MAP assessment that tells a story about where we need to intervene for students, and that's part of this time. We're going to have a MAP representative there with each of our feeder schools to be able to answer those questions, look at their specific data, and support them. And so that's a piece of this time. As I said, we're going to be looking at CCMR, dropout rate, graduation rate, and then a checkpoint for accountability predictions. So, part of one thing with MAP is that it does give that linking study to where we land for STAR, and so we're going to be able to walk through some of the scenarios for that during this time with our campuses. And so really just getting everybody rallied around, some of the best ideas are from the campus sitting next to you, and it's just having time to talk with each other and be able to learn, hey, this is going on for you. How did you address it? Because we have all the answers. Within CISD, it's just giving time and space to be able to have that conversation and slow it down and talk about that. And so that's part of what this time will do for campuses. So to wrap up today's update, another piece is, we had the Region 13 audit that was for school improvement that was given to us in February, and it identified some areas for us to make sure that we are making specific plans for. And some of those are for STAR performance, and our specific plan for that is the 4 distinct pathways that we have monthly, instructional and data pieces that will be worked on through those 4 pathways to align with the STAR performance. That was another red flag shared. Second is graduation and dropout rates. Dr. Gorman's department has created a new operational playbook that standardizes campus monitoring and establishes consistent district-wide protocols for our dropout and graduation rates to support that. Third, in CCMR, Ms. Stout, Tally Jo Stout, has built a playbook for our CCMR campuses and a live campus dashboard that they can see real-time data of, because the thing with CCMR, there's different waves of data that comes in, and so you have to continuously be updating that, and this is a live dashboard for our high schools to be able to see that in real time. They don't have to go look for anything. They have all their information there, and then they also have a monitoring piece that they created and it talks about kid by kid and where do we need to make sure that we're supporting that kid. And so that part, is a piece that her department has, provided for our campuses. And this is really to just make sure that we keep that data visible for in everything that we're planning for the upcoming changes for accountability for our incoming 9th grade cohort, because our CCMR is shifting and we have to be prepared for that shift and make sure that we're guiding our students in the way that they should. And finally, for TELPAS, we're executing the targeted TELPAS plan where we had 24 campuses who scored a 0 to a 2. And that means a 0 was they didn't meet that target for TELPAS in domain 3. A 1 was that they had a little bit of progress. A 2 was they had a little bit more progress. But we're going to work with all 24, and we're kicking off some dedicated planning and monitoring. So they're going to kick off with, let's look at where we are. We're going to have every 9 weeks, how are our kids doing on Summit K-12? What do our walkthroughs look like? And just really supporting those campuses to make sure that we're meeting the targets for our TELPAS students.
And we're going to actually update the ante on that. I mean, it's sort of optional now. We're going to be very clear about our standards as far as what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. And the TELPAS is such a low bar to achieve, and so I mean, and these guys have a really good plan to get it done. And Darren was actually in charge of that before, so, you know, I'm really excited about all of these things. Kelly Jo, we did, you know, I was so excited during day to day because they were going over how to do the CCMR dashboards that they've never had before of monitoring and all this kind of stuff. It's just, and you know, part of it is just how we were coding. Simple things that we're being able to clean up, and our high schools have done an amazing job of getting that stuff done. So,
Are y'all increasing the 12-pass support or the number of tests given?
really, what we're doing is we're updating the standards about what they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it. I mean, because you know there's a lot of option-driven processes. Of correct me if I'm wrong, but you know we're saying we're going to monitor that. We're going to make sure it happens, and even how you speak into the mic when you're giving the deals, that's killing us. There's so many different things that are small that'll help the teacher, not provide more requirement. And you know, really, we need to look probably, you know, long term at you know our standard as far as you know certifications. You know that we need to make sure that those people have the ESL certifications so that they can do it, because we kind of laid off that. We made it a want to, but not a have to. And I mean, you really have to do that, especially you know you've done ESL work. It's tough sledding sometimes.
The same students who are identified EB, so it's not increasing in number, it's the same students, but we're looking at, you know, for our, our intermediate and advanced, Summit K-12 is provided to every campus. And we're looking at using those reports and supporting a campus with what are those reports saying, how, you know, as far as moving the student along those proficiency levels.
And that's every campus?
So, yes, so the Summit K-12 is across every, but these 24 campuses who are identified as a 0, 1, or 2, those are the ones that we're giving critical support to because they're showing that they weren't making the progress. The ones that were 3s and 4s are showing that they're on target. You know, in their plan, they have solid plans in place, but we're really kind of working with the ones that weren't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So in closing, you know, our Drive to 90 isn't just a goal, it's a reflection of our commitment to every child in Conroe ISD. By implementing high quality instructional materials in reading and math and equipping our campuses with support and rallying around Dr. Vinson's vision, Conroe ISD is proving what's possible in education. None of this momentum happens without the support, you know, of leadership, and so we want to extend our gratitude to the Board of Trustees. You've amplified support to campuses, and that allows us to go in and do the job of, you know, bringing performance along and growth along for all of our students. And so, you know, together we're doing more than keeping pace. We're setting the standard for the entire state of Texas. So, thank you. Question?
Okay, it's 9, and we still have a public hearing, finance discussion, business and finance items. So I'm going to start. Are you okay if I wait till it comes to you, or do you want me to start with you? Okay, I'm going to start at one end with questions and just work our way down so that we can try to succinctly get through, and maybe it'll knock out questions or it might bring up new ones. So.
You want to start on my end?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question related to the upper grades. I appreciate, first of all, you know, the work you guys are doing to identify what we could do better next year, and I know that all of our campuses did work so hard, and I heard that across the board from teachers and parents. But I wanted to ask specifically for me, since I'm starting, the upper grades we saw seems a lot of growth, and I know one of the things that was changed last year is that we did away with quarterly assessments. I'd heard a lot, you know, teachers they described it as playing whack-a-mole. The assessments weren't lining up with what they were teaching when they were supposed to be teaching it. So I have recently heard that the new testing calendar has come out and it has brought back those quarterly assessments. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. I think that's, so last year, you know, every campus, there were quarterly assessments, and some of our campuses that made substantial gains, that was actually part of their assessment plan. But part of it right now is that, you know, we're still working through every campus's assessment plan. We have some standards across the board, and we're just kind of working through those conversations with our region.
These are now campus quarterly assessments versus what we had before, the district quarterly assessments?
Sorry, that was my misspoke. It is the district quarterly assessments. There's not campus quarterly assessments.
Okay, that's a concern of mine, because I was hearing from so many teachers that it wasn't lining up with where they were. Even my own children would say, you know, we've heard from our teachers that you haven't learned this yet, so don't worry too much. You know, so I don't really want to go back to that place if it looks like we were seeing growth. That's just my concern.
That's good to hear about the assessment. We can go back and look at that. The one thing I'll tell you is it's the one thing that allowed us to go get a really good preview of what's going to be on the assessment itself. Now, we did try to make some logical reasons, rationale choices about what we make and take and do, but you know, we'll go back and look at those assessments and see what we can do to make sure that they are relevant.
I just want to make sure we're providing enough time to actually teach the material versus just constantly testing it.
Yeah, that's valid. Thank you.
And I'm done.
It doesn't do a whole lot of sense to give an assessment if they haven't.
Right.
If they haven't
Taking
had
time.
I've killed a lot of unvaluable assessments.
Anything else, Trustee Horton?
I'm done with mine.
Thank you. Trustee Sumler?
Yes, I do have a question. First of all, I just wanted to commend everybody on such a great job this year. I know that there were a lot of issues, especially with the new curriculum, and that created a lot of extra work for our administrators, and I deeply appreciate you making everything work for our students. So thank you all so much. And with that said, I was wondering, I noticed that with grades 3, 4, and 5 overall, we were about 4% below peer average, or our peers on average, and then with grades 6, 7, 8, English 1 EOC and English 2 EOC, we were about 1% over our peer average. And I was wondering if we would attribute that to the new curriculum itself or with hiccups adopting it or something else going on. Because I know we had issues with delivery, there were a lot of errors in the curriculum, it was backordered this time. I know we wrote a Spanish version, I believe. I mean, it was a lot of work for everybody. So I was just wondering if it was that or you think something else was happening or what you would attribute that to.
Well, I can say from the data, you know, we were looking at trends of was it at the meets level, was it at the master's level, because there's different things that you can attribute, and there's not a clear pattern. There are some campuses, and when we looked at title versus non-title, and so there's not a clear pattern. We have campuses that had increased growth at title. We had campuses with decreased growth. We had campuses that it was at the master's level. And then we had campuses where it was the approaches level. And so our results right now are varied across all of those grade levels. And so there's no clear pattern of here's exactly, the area that, if it's at our master's, is our rigor at where it should, things like that. And so it's something that we're actively continuing to look into, with the supports coming in this year for the deeper implementation with the lasso lift of those PLC, working through that internalization, and helping our teachers to understand and be able to, have all of the curricular knowledge are things that we're going to work through this year. I know Darren's here, and there might be insights that you have to that.
One thing I'll say is this. One of the things we had to build in is mandatory enrichment and remediation. So, it's Blue Bonnet is a direct teach, and then it doesn't leave any opportunity for you to have individual instruction. And so what happened was that they gave ample time for that to work, to have that, but the lessons took longer, and so they didn't get to remediation. And the second thing is we didn't have remediation HChem materials. Now we do. And so now, with all that being said, that we have to have fidelity to the instruction, in other words, direct teach, and then we have to have the individual's instruction for remediation. And secondly, we're going to be using those tools to make sure they're there. Because, that we've got to... The thing is, the kids that are going to come to read are going to be able to read and do that stuff. What we need to do is make sure that those kids who struggle, those tier 2 and tier 3 kids, that you have appropriate opportunities. And the other thing we did is we moved the coaching model to an interventionist model. And so now instead of the coach actually going and teaching them how to teach, he takes the number of kids that are tier 3 that really struggle and take those kids and give those individuals instruction for remediation instead of just coaching and providing tips and tricks and those kind of things. And so it reduces the class size of the children that are there for the tier 2 and tier 1. They can work towards mastery and enrichment, and then those tier 3 kids with the interventionist can really, because that's your growth. The whole key is growth, and so that's what we're trying to do. So we had to adjust that.
Yes, yeah, I think targeting growth is really important. With the remediation materials, did we add those last year or this year?
No, actually, they're this year.
Get new ones?
I don't know who complained enough to get them done, but I mean, Dr. Landry, do you remember, or I don't remember?
When we met with them, when they visited, TEA met and visited, that's where
Correct.
we were reiterating it, and they were like, we're already aware of it.
They have been very responsive. You know, we did talk about that as one of the issues, and then so we had a meeting with Dr. Todd Davis and his group, and then they said that this was in the pipeline and being built, and they have now allowed us to access it. So we're going to build it into the curriculum, and we're very optimistic that it'll allow the teacher who is taught the lesson and then can take those kids who need to accelerate, and then the interventionist or whomever can then remediate with a scripted built lesson that goes along with the lesson that was just taught. So the hope is that it's a seamless transition for all parties so that growth can happen across the whole continuum.
Oh, that's great. So it comes with our Bluebonnet curriculum. It's not something else?
No, that's an add-on. We had to get that, the remediation.
Yeah, it's being built to go along, but it is not currently a part. So we're going to, kind of get a preview of it.
Okay. Well, again, thank you all for your hard work. I know it was a really heavy lift.
Yes, so first off, just want to say thank y'all to everybody that went the extra mile and bought into this and pushed forward. I'm of the belief that it's not just the curriculum, it's the leadership, and it's a combination of other things happening at each campus. So I don't like to put all my stock in the curriculum alone. Thank you to all our great people at each campus that are working tirelessly to implement this new curriculum. I will say, just speaking to the vote about this curriculum, at that point in time, I had a second and fourth grader in the district, and I have seen gains on both of their ends. Now they're fourth and sixth graders, but it's just it was very important that we implemented a curriculum that met what legally we were bound to teach when it came to reading, and something that was rigorous, and also we had two options, so we made the best choice at that time. And like I said, I think with leadership and our new strong discipline implementation this year, I'm looking forward to even more gains, because that is a contributing factor, and I don't want to lose sight of that in this discussion. So thank you all very much. In regards to my previous question, I think I answered it. Looks like seventh graders have been taking the eighth grade math STAR exam since the STAR came about in 2012.
But we really had a conversation about that. We had a debate today, and that debate's going to continue. I'm going to consult with Carrie Gain, who's really helping us with those processes, because that's pretty low fruit. And because the thing is, they're going to go to 8th grade next year, and they're going to take the EOC. It's because they're in algebra. And so, we're going to look at that.
I think the only reason I ask is because this has been brought up since I got on the board, since I first got on the board, and it was a bit confusing.
I didn't know till today that we were doing that. And Chris McCord, because he's such a brilliant person, was bringing it up and talking about it. So we're
I think it's just important context to give not only us as trustees, but parents and
absolutely.
community.
And nobody understands it. All the standards is the score.
Exactly.
And the thing about 7th and 8th grade math, it's the areas where you have the least new material. And 5th and 6th grade is where most of it happens. But I mean, fundamentally, we need to go back and look at that.
Well, and now they're moving it down to 5th and 6th grade, and when it impacts our overall rating, it's extremely important. We don't like to confuse people. So thank you all very much. Thank you for this presentation. This was very helpful.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And thank you for all the hard work. We did definitely have some amazing results. But like Trustee Gambino likes to say, she says, open the kimono completely. And I think this is our time to really do that. So a couple of questions for you. If you could go back to the strategic planning process for comprehensive support and improvement campuses. I have a question about that. So I noticed that there are certain campuses that are listed on there, but then there are other campuses that had some pretty serious struggles, like Armstrong, Austin, and Travis. Can you explain why they're not on there?
So, and I'll start with Armstrong. Armstrong was rated a C last year, and this is its first year at a D. So, although there are identified areas, they're not considered a comprehensive campus. A comprehensive campus is, you'll see, we have our 2 Fs, but then there's also 2 others because their domain 3 was in the lowest 5% of Title I campuses. And so although there were struggles at Armstrong, Austin, they're not in the lowest 5%, so they're not considered comprehensive.
It's their peer group. So if you're not among your peer group, you know, that's, you're looking at that lowest 5% within that.
Okay, and so that would be for all 3 of those campuses, then they just didn't qualify for this particular planning process, strategic plan, is that correct? But like, what do we do? I mean, so this is a required process now, correct? When will we see phase 3? When will phase 3 come to us?
So the goal right now, we're going to that September 1st training session, and the goal right now is to have you see it in October.
In October. And why would we not add the other campuses that are clearly?
The state says what we're going to do and not do, so when they get to those.
Do we have? I mean,
Oh,
we can go
absolutely.
above
Everybody,
and
the
beyond,
protocols are going to
right?
be the same as far as that goes. You know, as far as what we're going to do with regard to ownership and standards. You know, that's the thing too, is we've moved from a really general deal of suggestions, and now we go to very clear and standards of process and design and implementation. So yeah, everybody is going to get the tier 1 level of support, and then we're looking at tier 2 and tier 3 about what we need for mediation, what we do need for intervention, and all those kind of things, because that's where it is, and it has to be surgical, it has to be research driven,
Yes.
and it has to be really focused on what we're going to get done. I think like Dr. Landry wants to.
Yeah, so these campuses have been identified and they are required. But we will have a comprehensive plan for every campus, regardless of where they fell. So every campus went through a needs assessment and a root cause analysis. They've all done this, no matter if they had an A or an F, all the way through. And they will each be in a phase 2. They'll have a campus improvement plan that they will be specific and targeted for them. And then if you guys would like an update as they progress, we do plan on continuing to monitor each campus, no matter where they fall in the continuum, and we'll be happy to bring forward their progress as we measure along the way.
I'm only one of 7, but I personally would like an update every single month for the rest of the school year on the campuses that are Ds and Fs.
We're going to try to figure out a way to do that in a more public way. And, you know, at a board meeting is one thing, but if we had an opportunity to provide that in a communication sense, we're going to start working on that. Trustee Gambino had requested that too. So we're working on how we would do that, because we want it to be very front facing.
And I appreciate it being in a board brief, but I also, there are parents that are very concerned.
No,
and so for
and we
the
need to,
families
it's going to be designed for the community, not just for the board brief. I mean, it's going to be something we're going to look towards, because that's what she was asking, is everybody needs to know, and we want to provide that to them.
I mean, I would like to carve out every single board meeting a good chunk of time where we are just talking about our schools and
student learning
and student learning.
outcomes,
I mean,
'cause that's why we're here.
And then I have a question about assessment. So in the spring, we were given very encouraging data and from MAP. And so I think, you know, I was cautiously optimistic. However, there were definitely some results specifically in our elementary schools that didn't seem to line up with the information that we received from that, you know, preliminary MAP data. And so I'm curious to know, was the data read incorrectly, and where do assessments play into the decrease in accountability scores in our elementary schools? Because MAP was brand new this year, right? It's not something we're talking about, but it is what's guiding everybody. I mean, if I was a principal, that would guide me to tell me exactly where I needed to go throughout the year. So,
and it's really it's a really good tool. It really is. So the thing is that what the first 1 and 2, or the first assessment's going to provide you, is a really basic understanding, especially as it relates to K1 and 2, and 3, as far as just phonemic awareness, all those. There's 5 different areas of reading, and so. But when you move to comprehension, is within that 3rd tier. And correct me if I'm wrong. That's where you start having the struggles, and that's where really that that MOY data started showing some cracks as far as where we were as far as comprehension goes. So when we look at that, we're going to have to focus on that now of making sure that we have those. The only way to do that is to make sure that you have intervention and the ability for someone to get that one-on-one help that's going to be able to help them get there. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
yeah, no. And in looking at that middle of the year map data, we also looked at median growth. And so the median student was growing, and that, you know, our map data did say that. But then when we looked at some of our students who were at that approaches at meets, that's where, you know, our students are struggling. They need more intervention time. They need specific plans, and that's why, kind of going back to data day, where we targeted that campus instructional, it's supporting tier 1 reteach. We also have a piece where we're helping campuses through what does intervention look like. And so both of those pieces are critical for student performance overall, and both of those pieces we needed to very much set the standard and support campuses through how that looks like within our new, you know, Bluebonnet curriculum.
So you're saying it was back to the lack of differentiation time. It was back to helping the tier 2 and tier 3 students. Is that what you're saying?
So those are two identified areas for us, because remember, differentiation supports all levels. But then our intervention too are, when you looked at that map, remember it was the bottom quintiles. It's, you know, looking at how are we supporting those students to move them forward too.
Okay, one more question, since you guys were talking about the map data. It reminded me, did our end of the year spring map data align with our STAR data?
Within the same, you know, we saw last year, I don't know, there was an 85% correlation rate to where we were within that small pilot group. This year, in the same way, with implementation at the end of the year, you know, this was on a large scale. We did have some feedback, like, yes, it was pretty close to where the campuses landed, but then also fidelity of, and I think we kind of talked about this maybe before, of, you know, at different levels of the students wanting to take the assessment. So we're working through some of those pieces to really hone in our data too. But yes, it did have a strong correlation rate to where we landed.
Can I
that makes sense.
add on to that? I actually had questions on that. So, you know, when we're talking about Bluebonnet, one thing we haven't really talked about is the other half, right? We're only looking at 3 through 5, because that's the STAR, right? But what about K through 2? Because I mean, again, going back to our map, you know, mid-year, I mean, we saw growth, you know, 66 to 70% above. Our goal was 51, and they were hitting 70%. Do we have an idea of where K through 2 is at? I know we're just going over the STAR tonight, but that's only like half the picture when if we're going to look at reading scores, right, for the entire group that we implemented this for.
So that should be information we have brought back to us.
Well, I don't know if you have it, you know, right now.
Well, but we're still on this one topic, and they were both asking questions on it, and while it's in relation to it, I want to make sure, did you finish getting your answer, and did you finish getting your answer? Okay. Do you have the information she's asking?
I don't, but it's something that we can bring back to you.
Okay. Because I think that's a big part of the equation. We can't look at 3 through 5 without looking at K through 2. And I know, I mean, I have a kindergarten, well, he's in first grade now, and a second grader last year. And the amount of growth that I saw in kindergarten and second grade, I think there is a lot of really great things about Bluebonnet for early literacy. So I would like to see that data. That's all I had, but thank you. I mean, you guys really did a great job. I know it was a tough year, but we're really so proud of you guys. So that's all I had. Thanks.
So while the kimono is still open, I do say that a lot. So there's just some things like facts, right? When we look at what's happened, there was a big shift, right? So we went from balanced literacy to structured literacy at the 3rd grade level. So kind of to your point, those earlier years didn't experience that. So that's a tremendous lift, I would say, for the kids and probably for the teachers, because it's a completely new methodology, which they probably learned when they went through school, but they haven't been using it. So they got a new curriculum.
They have to focus on a new methodology in which they're supposed to deliver. There was some gaps. We identified that, right, with the materials. And then you have children who are also having to acclimate to a new approach to learning. And as a child, as a mom of a child who has difficulty reading, right, who's had difficulty, that's hard, right, for someone who doesn't have a level of difficulty. So I think it's worth bringing that up, okay? You know, in the work that I do, you know, I focus on change, and this was a tremendous amount of change that as an organization you've experienced, right? And I say you because I wasn't here for the beginning part of it. And I think all of those things factor in. I mean, there is definitely change fatigue, and that is not something to go unrecognized from everyone in this room to every teacher and every administrator. That's a lot. You know, we talk about on the reading and language arts, you know, we saw some declines in math, but you know, if you contribute all the amount of change, it's a package deal, right? You can't get away from it because it's affecting every ounce. So I think that's important because it's the thing that's underneath that you don't really see and we don't talk about. And so I also don't think that regression is, it's to be expected when you're rolling something out that's new. If we didn't account for the regression, that's where we have to, from a leadership standpoint, go back and reassess as we roll out, which when we talk about the math curriculum, we're already looking at that. How are we planning for that type of regression? What are we doing? And how are we making in the moment changes? Which kind of takes me to some of the questions I have, questions and or comments. So the first thing is I do want to talk about the MAP assessment because I don't believe in assessing for the sake of assessing. You have to do something with that data. And I know it is structured to be beginning, middle, and end of year. But my personal opinion is if we're waiting till middle of the year, we've already lost time to make correction. Because as we know as educators, if we're not catching behaviors within the first 30 or 60 days, by the time you get to 90 and 120, you've now solidified bad behaviors that are going to be very difficult to unlearn. So I'm curious as to how we can, and I don't know if MAP is, if there's a way to manipulate when it's done, how it's done, when we get data, but I believe we need data more often so that we can course correct sooner. So are there other opportunities within the MAP assessments to do that?
Doesn't Bluebonnet come with assessments built in?
That's what I was going to bring up is that, you know, yes, while we have MAP 3 times a year, in the midst we have Bluebonnet and then now the SAVIS cumulative assessments. Okay. So we have checkpoints going on throughout, you know, to monitor and adjust tier 1 instruction, and then then we have our bigger checks.
So do you feel with those, which is, thank you, I appreciate that. Do they align in a way, those 3 different tools that are going to, are they in alignment so that the actions that are taken are consistent regardless of which assessment you're pulling your information from? So you can do an action plan based on any one of those. No matter which one you do, it would be similar, or it would, you know, they correlate.
Mm-hmm. So one of the great things that is actually coming this year that was not with it for 3 through 8 is that we will have it TEKS aligned. And so, you know, when we're giving MAP, we will have the specific TEKS that a student needs to work, and then that aligns right to our Bluebonnet and our SAVIS assessments. And so that before it was more topics or broader, and so that does launch this school year.
Okay, that's perfect. And so then you would have that information more readily available so that you can make course corrections as you go.
Many of our campuses do things like TEKS trackers to where they can monitor how that specific TEK is performing over time. And so now we can use that information, not in the broader topic, down to the TEK level.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's important. I mean, if you have the data but you don't know, you need to be able to do something with it, which leads me to a question about the understanding of the tools that we have. Do our teachers, do our administrators, I think you mentioned a little bit of training, so this is more my curiosity about, you know, you get this data, so now how do they interpret it to tell the story? Because it's all about telling the story. So does that training, or did you mention they were going to get training in it?
Yeah,
okay, so tell me about the training.
the work that we're going to do. Now, every campus has a learning and data facilitator that is on a specific rhythm with that campus. And so that learning and data facilitator is there to help make the data come alive into instruction and impact instruction. And so, every feeder zone has a learning and data facilitator that is either with them bi-weekly, weekly for some of our campuses that are identified at a greater need. There's different rhythms based on performance for those campuses.
We had no grade level, group level specific data analyst. Now they own it. And
Nice.
Before it was just very general, but Darren's going to talk to you a little bit about how we're doing the math processes. So we don't want to steal her thunder, but the thing is that now we have protocol standards, and Dr. Landry and his crew have done a great job of making sure that we have those targeted assistants. But we even have now targeted assistants as it relates to elementary person that owns reading, ELA stuff. Before we did not have that, and we also have people who own math at those. And then now we have middle school teachers who taught middle school that are now going to be making sure that all of the curriculum is aligned and the assessments are aligned. Because at the end of the day, this is from a teacher's point of view.
Yep.
And who wants a worthless assessment? Who wants a worthless lesson?
Yeah, assess to assess is pointless, especially if you can't use it. So, which leads me kind of what Trustee May said, which was, she stole mine. She didn't look at my paper, but she stole it about about the updates. We talked about that, and I do believe we should be getting updates on all of this on a monthly basis. And when we talked, I said, it's not just for us, but it's for the parent in the room who has a child at a school that maybe is underperforming. It's for the parent in the room who has maybe a school that's doing really well. It doesn't matter. They need to know what we're doing to bridge the gaps that exist. And if we really are going to get to an A-rated district, that is the fuel for the accountability that we all need as leaders to be able to see it and have it in front of you. If you don't see it, it's like out of sight, out of mind. We know that you're doing it, but let's everybody know how we're doing it. And sometimes 14 eyes are better than 2, right? You might see something, you might have an idea by bringing it forward. So I definitely think we need to do that. And to your point, have it as a constant staple on our board meetings so that we can talk about where we are. And we don't wait till the end, because at this point we've gone all year and we're having this fruitful conversation, and really it should have been throughout. I had one other thing about the data kit. I would really love if you could share like a sample with us to see what that looked like, what they went through, because I think that's amazing that you gave them a tool that they could take their data and actually walk away with a plan. I think that would be wonderful. If you wouldn't mind sharing it with us, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Trustee May had still one last question
One
when
last
she got
question.
passed over, so I'm going to come back to her.
I'm just curious. So Giesinger was an outlier, and they had 10 points growth. And they were a pilot school the year before with math. How do you think that played into it?
They went into the year with a lot more institutional knowledge about how to utilize MAP. So they hit the ground running. They were one of actually our campuses that, in Dr. Winkler's principal session, who was saying, hey, you can do this, you can look at it this way, you can. So, I absolutely think that that's a game changer for them. And looking at us going into this next year, remember, kiddos at the very first beginning of the year, it was their first time to take an assessment like this. I had a 6th grader last year. He was like, Mom, it's asking me all this. I don't know what's going on. He didn't know how to live in that world. By middle of the year, he kind of understood how it was going to go. And I watched, the trend line. And so that over time is going to absolutely be a game changer going into this year. Now our high schools are in the space. We had 2 high schools who piloted, but now we're going across all high schools. And so there will be some bit of learning on that end because it's their first time. But here's the thing, they're 9th graders. Guess what? They had it in 8th grade. So they're already like, okay, great. We have one group that already has some, history. So that will make a difference.
All right, well, I'm batting cleanup tonight, and I just wanted to say, I think it needs to be reiterated. You've heard all of us reiterate the fact that Data Day was a first-time deal, and it was transformational. I believe it will be transformational. It's already transformed our leadership on our campuses. For them to be empowered. We think they know all these things. We can't think it. We have to know they know it. And the only way they can drive improvement that is targeted for their campus as well as for each individual student is to understand the real data. I knew my students, I knew who was getting things, but until you put it all together, and I'm not in their math class, I'm not in their science class, I was just a reading and English teacher, well, actually reading and language arts teacher. You don't really know. And so I think this is one of the reasons we brought Dr. Vincent in, is to bring curriculum and instruction to a whole new level, from taking it to the next level. So that's number one. Number two, Region 13 audit. I just wanted to clarify, this wasn't because we were under audit. This is because we brought Region 13 in to help us to identify another Dr. Vincent.
Yeah, the thing is that Carrie is with me, has built every curriculum that I've ever really created that I think was a finished form. And from Wiley, but she's done it in Comal, she's done it in several places, and she brought real change. And if the state comes to somebody as far as assessment goes and as far as getting real strict plans together, it's Carrie, and she just loves these guys, and I mean, it's really been valuable. But I mean, she has been, this assessment is not, you don't have to be sick to get a checkup. And so what we were trying to find out is where we were so that we could get on a pathway. And it was super helpful.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure publicly that they understood the difference. And that's why when I was hearing it, I was like, I think I better state that.
And I want to say this, these guys are killing it.
Yes, they are.
I was telling Dr. Landry, I said, it's nice that I can give this now that we have all this plan together. And, and there's so many structures and processes in place. There's so many fail-safes through all the whole process, and it's help to teachers.
I think what people are hearing right now will give them some confidence in the next, and with each update, they'll become more confident in what they're hearing.
Yeah,
right now, I think there's a lot of not understanding really what the issues at hand are, and I think this is very good.
And our teachers are working their tails off, and we're so grateful for them.
So I will just say that all of us up here were involved in the vote but one in bringing this curriculum in. And I want to be clear that regardless of how each of the trustees voted, I'm saying this more to the public, but you're in front of me, so I'm saying this. Regardless of how each of the trustees voted on this, it was rooted in fact and held dear to each of their hearts, because at the root of it all for them, it's that every student, and that means all students, every student has the best possible chance to learn to read and literacy. And that was the reason why we voted for this. We believed in it. These people up here are dedicated. They're hardworking, committed, and engaged in the roles as a trustee. And unlike probably this district has ever seen before. And that's a challenge, but it's also good because we're holding y'all to higher standards as well. Not just y'all holding campuses to higher standards. The reason this team, but mainly these people here, are at the table is because they're wives, mothers, advocates, community members that have servants' hearts. And those hearts serve this community and the students every day. They do it with the best of intentions, evaluating all the facts, and then voting in the best interest of parents and students, employees, and taxpayers of this community. And they don't take this volunteer position lightly. In the end, you may not like our votes, but they were made with integrity, and that in itself deserves a little respect. So I thank each of these trustees, and I thank you for your presentation and all the work. I knew you, and I knew what you have done for other campuses, and I'm thankful. Anyone who takes the time to watch this long meeting will know it as well. So we're going to move on, if that's okay, now to our implementation of our curriculum and instruction for a new mathematics program. And that would be, is it Dr.? I'm trying to
No,
remember.
it's
Okay,
Darren
Darren
Carlisle.
Carlisle.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson. This evening, I'm bringing to you an update on the status of our high-quality instructional materials that this board adopted in March of 2026. We want to remind everyone what products were adopted at that March board meeting. Our big adoptions are what we have. We adopted several materials in math, but our big ones, our heavy hitters, are here. Grades K through Algebra 2 was the Savvis Learning Company and Vision Plus Texas Mathematics. We also adopted McGraw-Hill Texas Pre-Cal for our pre-calculus course, and Consensa and Associates for algebraic reasoning. We want to remind everyone that we did adopt materials for Spanish K-5 and also for advanced math. However, those materials have not gone through the complete IMRA process and have not been certified and approved by the State Board of Education. We look forward to that happening this November 2026, and we will definitely be coming back to you to share those results. We also, as you know, put together a guiding coalition that helped us bring to you a recommendation of various products. As we move into this new year, our guiding coalition, which is a group of change agents who are helping us implement, their role has changed this year. They're now moving into giving this process teacher voice. They have helped us make decisions for implementation. They have provided us feedback. They've helped identify concerns and allowed us to troubleshoot some of those concerns at the district level. But more importantly, they have really helped us funnel information to the campuses. They are not all fully updated at this time. This is that time where people have moved from one building to another, and so we're working with our campuses to update the list. But I did want to share that we have a committee of 124 total members. 3 of those members are district level staff, 3 are campus administrators, 2 are campus math leads, 1 is a math interventionist, 40 teachers that applied and were randomly selected to serve on the committee, and 75 teachers who were appointed by their campus principal to serve in the role of campus contact and just be that liaison and bring back information to the campus about the implementation. Next, we want to really share gratitude to the various departments. This task has been huge, and we don't do anything alone here in Conroe ISD. We're a big team. There are a couple of departments that are not, I couldn't fit everybody on there. I do want to point 2 out that I believe are very pivotal, that we don't have an icon for, and that is our professional learning department led by Dr. Upshaw and Chris Reichelt. They have done a lot of work with us to help through this implementation process. Also, our school leadership department run by Dr. Makia Barnes. She has provided a space for us to update and keep our assistant principals abreast, and that is something that came out of our Bluebonnet implementation. That was feedback that they shared, that they felt like they wanted to be more engaged in the communication, and so Dr. Barnes has really opened the door, and we have now a Bluebonnet and a math update for these assistant principals at each one of their meetings. I also just want to say thank you to special education and bilingual ESL in really helping us to look at how our most vulnerable learners are going to be impacted by the curriculum. So we've spent a lot of time really digging into those pieces. MTSS, as you all know, no learning happens if teachers do not have those really good routines and instructional habits built in there, and if behavior management is not in place. And so we want to thank those departments, big shout out to technology, who have really helped to roster all of our students to make sure that teachers have access. And finally, instructional materials. I can't say enough about Wendy Tisdale and her team, and just how hard they have worked to ensure that all of these materials got shipped, unboxed, and were in teachers' hands. So really grateful to the collaborative effort there. I do want to share with you guys a little bit about all of the onboarding that went on this summer and training. We have a lot of teachers in Conroe ISD, so it was a big job. We'll start with our K-6 Math Institute that ran the week of July 13th through the 17th. During this time, we had over 300 administrators, math leads, and teacher leaders. As you know, K-6 is our largest group of teachers, so we had to implement a trainer of trainer model. And so that's what we did during this week. We trained everybody up and then deployed them to the campuses to turn that information around. And so they did that. They were excited to unbox all of their materials and get them all set up in their classrooms. During that week, we also ran our Junior High Institute, which encompasses grade 7 math through Algebra 1. We had 85 administrators, teacher leads, and teacher leaders, and we did open this up to teachers who could come, because as you know, at junior high and high school, our teacher numbers are a lot smaller, so we were able to afford that opportunity to them as well. And then during the week of July 20th through the 23rd, we ran our High School Institute, which encompassed Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and Pre-Calculus. Again, a fabulous 4 days of dynamic learning. There was lots of modeling. They were digging in to the pacing guides, all of the amazing interventions and accelerations that are built into this curriculum. And so we were just thrilled just to see the excitement of how much they're getting that is now being taken off their plate. And we concluded our onboarding on July 27th with our final institute, which was geared specifically for our AP teachers. We had 21 of them that came in for 6 hours of learning, again, delving into pacing guides, interventions. Well, and for them, it was mostly on how do I accelerate. And so I'm going to wrap up our presentation by talking to you a little bit about our program implementation and monitoring that we put together. This was we created a dashboard so that we could really look at our performance against our goals and really monitor and track that and be able to provide you, as you requested, a monthly update based on how our data is tracking. So the first piece of our monitoring dashboard is just oversight of the 4 phases of implementation. We have just completed the first phase, which is the unboxing of materials, delivery, and onboarding of all of our teachers and administrators, and hence we're here to provide you an update of that. We will provide you another update after phase 2, 3, and finally 4 at the end of the school year. We do have monthly key performance indicators, and these monitor the goals that we set against our performance each month. And so we'll be looking at things like walkthroughs there, and fidelity of implementation, our teachers using the resources, what are the challenges that they're facing, and how can we help them troubleshoot the pacing. So it gives them that flexibility, because we understand the teacher might have been ill and out and they might be off pace. So there is a natural grace that's built into that.
Thank you.
Yes. The escalation pathway we're pretty excited about because it provides that tiered support. So it allows us to look at this data every month and determine support for campuses that may need extra support. So we have a tiered level of support there. And then finally, our resource network is, once we identify the campuses that might need extra support, who owns that? who's going to come in and work together to help our teachers, understand the curriculum better and implement it with higher fidelity. And that concludes my update for you all this evening. I want to just wrap it all up in a pretty little bow by saying that we want to thank you all very much because teaching is really hard work. We all say that, it seems cliche, but it truly is. And our teachers and students deserve to have quality tools in their hands to do this hard work. And you all have opened the door for us to be able to provide those opportunities to them. So I want to, on behalf of our team, say thank you to you for that.
Okay, I started at this end the last time, I'll start at this end this time, and it was Ms. Gambino that Trustee Gambino that asked for this as well, so.
Yes, and thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for being receptive to the feedback. I think going forward, having the metrics that you've put together, based on our discussion, like having these monthly check-ins, having data that you can come back to, and just having a way to track the implementation is huge. And this sets the standard, what we're doing with the math curriculum for all curriculums to come. And something that, would have been nice to have in the past, but we have it now, right? We have it now. So I think that's great. I love your guiding coalition change agents.
I stole that term.
I know, I love it. I love it. And, we talked about, you've got this great group of people that came together and they brought, I don't know, there's probably hundreds of years of experience in that room. And that's powerful that you had that amount of, I'd love to know the number, we might have to calculate that, but nonetheless, but keeping them engaged is, something we've talked about, because once you have them, they become I like to say, the boots on the ground at your campuses, and they're fully vested because they were part of the selection process. I love that. And I just wanted to comment on the train the trainer approach. That is best practice. Where you're utilizing your people to learn it and now go back again. Now you have ownership, you have skin in the game, and so they're going to be able to meet them where they are better than anybody else could. So let me. My question to you is: we talked a little bit about kind of what could we be expecting as the board and as the public on a monthly basis or on an ongoing basis, whatever the cadence is decided. What could we be expecting to hear back in terms of where we are, other than the phases, but what we're actually seeing within our campuses?
Absolutely. I think we can report back some of the data on our walkthroughs. What is our data saying about our walkthroughs? And it's not just about the fidelity of implementation. Sometimes that data tells us that there are challenges with the resources that we have. And so I think that to really look at that piece is very valuable, outside of just saying, do they have some books out and are they using that? I think we can really look deeper in there. We're also going to be bringing you performance data. So we're going to be looking at our topic assessments those are kind of like a common assessment that teachers would give at the campus level. But then there's also cumulative assessments that we give, similar to the district quarterly assessments that Trustee Horton was talking about previously. We will have that data to be able to share with you all. And then we'll also be able to share with you data from our guiding coalition and what's coming out of that, because we will be meeting with them more frequently, in the fall and in the spring to help us do this work of implementation. So I think those are some of those pieces that we'll be able to share back. And we do also have one final piece that we didn't talk about here, but a part of our implementation plan is also parent survey. And we plan to do those twice a year. And so we'll be able to share data about what our parents are saying, what are they feeling, what are they feeling with this new curriculum.
Can you talk just very, very quickly on your escalation path that you have as part of the plan? I think that's great. I love it. Can you share that with us?
Yes, absolutely. So I don't have it in front of me, but just off the top of my head, I do know that the final tier would be a campus who has, the fidelity data shows that they're really struggling with that implementation. At that level, we would definitely bring that to our executive cabinet and obviously share that with our board as well, like these campuses are struggling with these things, and this is the level of support that we get. So at that level, you have C&I and school improvement support. Those boots are on the ground and helping those campuses really address the needs that are identified through the walkthroughs, through all of the various assessments that we have to really track the data. The second tier down, so we started up and now we're working down, might be that we contact the assistant superintendent that oversees that level and say, hey, we've identified these pieces here. We're just not really getting a whole lot of traction with movement here, and hoping to get some support there. And then, of course, our first tier is just our analysis of the walkthroughs, and we try to support them from the C&I level, and then work our way up that way. So I do like the escalation piece because it allows us, you said earlier, it's just exciting that perhaps it's something we should have done, but I'm glad we're doing it now.
Yeah, we're doing it now.
So
That's all that matters. And I appreciate you guys and the team being open and receptive to those ideas. And I think we have a really solid plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Dawson?
2 quick questions, because it's 10 o'clock. I just want to point that out. How much of this curriculum is on a screen? I really need to understand that. I've asked several times. I don't know how much of the time, especially for our littles, K through 6, how much are they looking at a screen as part of this curriculum versus using their hands and pen and paper?
I really do think that it's very balanced. So we talked earlier when Melinda was talking about, I think it was Trustee Gambino that said, this is a big feat that we're moving from balanced literacy to structured literacy. Well, we can't forget that our math teachers are moving to a different model of math instruction. There is going to be a lot more direct, explicit instruction now, and that is not screen time. That is teacher face time. So
like what percentage would you say? And I don't
need
know
your
if
help with that,
I don't know
Brittany.
if it differs by age.
That's why they're here.
Okay, so at the kindergarten through 6th grade level, we did put out a guidance document from the district, something we talked about back in March. And within the SAVIS lesson structure, it's a 4-step lesson. Our expectation is that steps 1, 2, and 3 are conducted paper pencil. It makes up about 75 to 80% of their time in the classroom. That last step 4 is what's called assess and differentiate. And this is where the teacher has the opportunity to pull different resources out of the differentiation library, either to extend or to intervene. And they have the flexibility there to utilize both paper or digital activities. The one thing I will add is that within that steps 1, 2, and 3, we did let them know if you have a student who has learning needs and they need to use that digital, they can work within their campuses to make that decision.
Okay, thank you. I've been asked. Thank you. Okay, my other well, it's more of a statement. Can we just make sure that we really emphasize to parents, how do we partner with parents on this? How do we give them the resources, right, things to follow up? I know for me personally as a parent, I really desperately needed that last year, and I did not have that. I know they send out worksheets and whatnot, but if we can just find ways to really let parents know, to emphasize it at the home, like that is one of the most important things I can say, in addition to doing it on paper.
I would agree. I think math is scary to a lot of parents. I know for me it is scary. But that is another thing that I really love about this curriculum, and it was one of the requirements of the IMRA high quality materials, is that there is a parent component. And I love that a lot of these units have a QR code that goes home at the beginning of every unit, and it has videos that the parents can utilize to help their kids at home. So
if we can just emphasize that to our teachers, to be
Absolutely.
flagging continuously for parents, that would be great.
We
Thank you.
will, definitely. Any other questions?
I don't have any questions. Great presentation, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it sounds like to me, we have a whole nother half, sorry. But it sounds like to me, if the teacher wanted to, it could be up to 100%, could be done with pencil, paper, based on your response. So I'm really thankful to hear that. I think getting back to that is important, with the option, of course, of the electronic. And I would, I'd also like to see, in addition to what Trustee Dawson was asking, you said there's a QR code, not a fan, surprise, but I would like to see worksheets or something, tangible that could go home with the students, especially K through 4th, K through 6th, something that allows the parent the ability to interact with the student, because for me as well, it helps to sit down with and not only help them with the learning, but understand how they're learning, what they're learning. It's just a very good option. And I don't know when homework went away, but it's really not that bad of a thing, so that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
No?
Okay.
Horton?
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
You're
Mrs.
welcome.
Carlisle.
Thank you.
Okay, we are up to the public hearing part of our meeting, which is item 8A, and we need to take another break. So just give us 5 minutes. Is that enough time, do you think? Stan, 10? What do you need? 5 is great with me, so thank you. The time is 10:10, and we will, while we're turning the meeting over to a public hearing, we'll take a break. The time is 10:19. We are back in open session. We'll now open for public hearing regarding the district's proposed 2026-2027 budget and proposed tax rate. The time is 10:19. I'll recognize our CFO, Karen Garza, to provide the administration presentation.
All right. Well, good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, Dr. Vincent, and community members. It is my pleasure to be here this evening to provide you with the proposed budget and tax rate information for the 2026-2027 school year. Before I begin this evening, I would like to thank you, the Board of Trustees, our executive leadership, our campus principals, our department leaders, and our finance staff that is here this evening for all of their work in the preparation that it took to get here tonight. There is a tremendous amount of work that goes into preparing this budget. It is tens of thousands of line items. And they have worked tirelessly to ensure that our campuses and departments have what they need to have a successful school year. So I want to thank all of them for their contribution. So this is our timeline. This journey started back in January when we had our initial projections, and you can see the milestones along the way. We are ending this journey this evening with this public hearing, and then after the public hearing, we will ask the Board of Trustees to adopt the budget and the tax rate for the 26-27 school year. So these are the considerations that we were looking at as we came into this budget season. We have 3 new campuses that opened this year. Arnold Elementary and Fowler Intermediate welcomed students last week for their first day of school, and then Grand Oaks 9 will open their doors after we return from Christmas break, after the semester break. Our slowing enrollment growth was a huge factor in the decisions coming into this budget season. The HB2 funding model for raises has essentially shifted the timing and eligibility of raises to the state, ensuring that we have what we need to support our growing special education population, and then the impact of education savings accounts. These are some of the considerations that we're looking at beyond the 26-27 school year. I know it's odd to be thinking about 27-28, but these are things that we know that we're going to be facing going into that budget year and beyond. Continued slowing enrollment growth based on our demographic study. Our compensation plan, we would love nothing more tonight to be able to announce raises to our employees, but we know that the funding was simply not there this year. This will be a legislative priority for us going into the 90th session to ensure that there is funding that's adequate to ensure our employees have competitive pay and that we can do those stipend increases that were referred to earlier this evening. Our fast growth allotment with our enrollment leveling off, this is an allotment that we received from the state that's based on a 6-year growth over a 6-year period, and given that leveling off of enrollment, there is the potential that we could drop into Tier 2 in 27-28. We are currently in Tier 1, which is the top 40% of the state in terms of percentile for growth over that 6-year period. So we're competing with other districts across the state to stay in that top tier. If we drop into tier 2, that could mean a significant loss in funding to the district. So those are things we'll need to consider as we work towards that 27-28 budget. And then our general fund balance has realized a strain over the last 2 years from our self-funded insurance plan. We did make a change that will take effect on 9/1 to move to TRS Active Care. Over the last year and this year projected, we will be moving potentially $19 million to our self-funded insurance plan, and we'll have some straggling impact going into next year for our run-out claims. And so that move was necessary to ensure that our fund balance remains stable. And then campus operational costs continue to escalate. In 27-28, we'll have 4 new campuses that are opening, and just costs are continuing to rise in general. So these are our budget assumptions moving into 26-27. Student enrollment at 72.8, our ADA percentage at 93%, certified property value growth at 0.58%, and then our proposed tax rate of 0.9471. This is our enrollment growth over the last 10 years, and you can definitely see that leveling off. That's occurred over the last 2 years and projected into next year. Moving into our tax rate, our certified property values is the baseline for calculating our maintenance and operations tax rate and our debt service tax rate. And you can see here over the last decade and a half, we have had very healthy growth in our property tax values. Tax year 26 was a bit of a surprise to us at 0.58%. And this has brought some challenges to us in the current year and will in the future years, primarily related to our debt service fund. In 2025 tax year, that 1.87 was primarily due to exemption changes made by the state during the 89th legislative session. Now, we were made whole by the hold harmless that the state provided for that. So the 0.58% in tax year 26 was definitely a surprise to us based on what we had seen historically. This is our proposed tax rate for next year. On the M&O side, we see a slight decrease of 0.0025 cents or a quarter of a penny. And this is a result of continued compression by the state on that tier 1 portion of the M&O tax rate. Our debt service tax rate we're proposing to remain at 28 cents, so an overall decrease in our tax rate of 0.0025. This is our proposed debt service budget for next year. As you can see, we are projecting a $6.2 million shortfall in our debt service fund. And this is primarily due to that 0.58% growth that we saw this last tax year. Now, we do have a restructuring plan for later this fall that will save us in the range of $4 to $4.5 million. That will help to mitigate some of that $6.2 million projected shortfall. So while we feel like we're in a position this year where the 28 cents will get us through, next year there will definitely need to be an adjustment made as we move forward to ensure that we are levying a tax rate that produces enough revenue for us to meet our debt obligations going forward. There are a lot of things that will play into that decision as we move into 27-28, how we perform next year in 26-27, what our property value growth is moving into tax year 27, and that's all stuff that we will talk about next year moving into the budget season for 27-28. This is our tax rate history with our proposed tax rate for next year at 0.9471. Our maintenance and operations revenue, this is our proposed revenue increase for next year, a total of $7.59 million. Teacher incentive allotment and TRS on behalf are pass-through items. You'll see an offsetting expenditure increase for those as well. Local property tax increase just over $1 million, and then state funding increase of over $3 million, and that is primarily projected increase due to the changes in the special education funding formulas. Our compensation plan, this is our approved teacher hiring schedule for 26-27. This was approved at the June board meeting. And while I said earlier we would love nothing more than to be able to provide raises for our employees, the funding was simply not there this year. Our starting certified teacher pay, $63,500 for next year. Uncertified teacher pay with 0 years of experience is $61,500. You can see the adjustment for those teachers that reach that 3 and 5 year threshold as required by the state through House Bill 2. They will receive that increase that you see on the schedule. This is our personnel changes for next year. Total additions of 26.25 FTEs at a cost of just over $1.7 million. Our central office restructure yielded savings of just over $1.7 million. And then our campus staff yielded savings of 4.4. The primary driver here was that budgeted enrollment decline from 73,500 to 72,800. And when applied to our staffing formulas, that did yield savings in terms of units. And then the instructional coaching model at grades 7 through 12, those positions were reallocated back into the classroom. Our contingency units for next year, if we do not utilize them, that is a budget we can carry forward to the following year. Special education staff, and then operations and other staff. Our proposed expenditure budget increase for next year, $7.59 million. The personnel changes that we just shared at $1.71 million. Our compensation plan increase for those teachers reaching that 3 and 5 year threshold at $0.7. Other expenses, utilities and supplies, the major item in there is utilities for our 3 new buildings that we're opening this year, and then the offset for teacher incentive allotment and TRS on behalf. So this is our budget put together. Beginning revenue in the general fund have $762 million. Total estimated revenue at $769.6 million. And then on the expenditure side, you can see total estimated expenditures of $769.6 million to bring you a balanced budget. This is our budget by major object. You can see payroll is the primary driver. 89.2% of our budget is payroll, $686.4 million, and you can see the other categories. And this is the format that we are asking you to approve the budget this evening for the general fund, the child nutrition fund, and the debt service fund by functional area. And that is what we have this evening. I'll take any questions at this time.
Is it for us or the public? For us?
It's technically at this point, technically at this point, I'm supposed to say we will now receive comments from individuals who have registered to speak as part of public hearing. Do we have any? All right. Thank you to everyone that has participated, which was none. Trustees, are there any questions?
Yes. So we received an email about 3 o'clock today that said that you are switching from what you proposed at our last meeting to saying that we are not moving the 0.25 cent cut from M&O to INS. And I was just wondering what contributed to that. It seemed kind of, I mean, honestly, like a little bit last minute. I'm just confused. Why the sudden switch and just right before the board meeting?
I should have told you that before. I mean, we were working on it yesterday and over the weekend to try to figure out a way to make it happen. And so
why are we making it happen, though,
So,
is my question.
Really, the recommendation that we were making was a strategic move to get us a little further ahead for 27-28. And after discussion with some trustees and feedback from our financial advisor, we made the determination that we could make do in 26-27 with the 28 cents, understanding that we will dip into our fund balance a little bit. What it does mean is that in 27-28 we may have to make a larger adjustment, just depending on what the data elements are that we're working with at the time. So that's why the decision was made. It wasn't that we absolutely needed it in 26-27. It was just a strategic recommendation to get us further ahead in the process for what we knew was coming in 27-28.
When you think about it, if we ask for one, I want to ask for it like one time, if it's next year, if we have to ask for any increase, I want to do all we can. And the thing is, with the interest income that we've had from our bond, that we can cover that. So,
is that an increase, though? Because it looks like it's going down from last year.
It is a decrease from last year.
So it's not necessarily asking for an increase. We were just choosing not to keep what we had already approved last year.
That is correct.
Why?
Can I just say from my perspective that the state mandated the compression, right? Can you refer back, what bill was that?
That was House Bill 3. That was House Bill 3 from the 2019 legislative session.
And what did that state explicitly?
That as property values grow, that the state is going to compress local property taxes by a value that's greater than 2.5%. There's all kinds of formulas that go into it, but the idea is that as property values grow, the state's going to contribute more to the cup to give some relief to taxpayers through that compression on the Tier 1 portion of the tax rate.
So I think from my perspective, that the state is mandated this decrease. We should honor that and not move those savings over to INS.
Well, if it's a mandate, we don't have to decide whether we honor it. We just have to do it,
All
right?
right, do you want to increase the tax rate?
Is it a mandate?
You can vote.
We're not increasing the tax rate, though.
We
The tax
are.
rate, we were keeping it the same.
Yes, but it's an effective tax rate because property values went up. And in a minute, I'm going to have to read this statement that if we adopt the tax rate at what what's being recommended, then it is an effective tax rate because their property value went up. We didn't decrease our tax rate, and therefore where it ends up coming in is the taxpayer is still paying more in taxes. We didn't raise a tax rate, but they are effectively paying more taxes. That's what it is.
So if I'm interpreting this correctly, we have stagnant student enrollment, so our revenue is going to decrease. But we also are opening new buildings that we built that are going to need to be staffed, and we're going to need to take care of those buildings. And so it sounds like our spending's increasing.
Well,
so now we're talking about decreasing revenue even more. So where are we filling that gap? Like, are we pulling money from savings to fill it? Is that what we're
The
doing?
0.25% is strictly related to our debt service fund.
Yes.
This would not be anything related to opening new schools, operational costs. This is strictly the debt service fund, the fund that we use to make our debt payment on the bonds that we have issued.
But aren't we struggling with our bonds as well?
Yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We could have taken a little this year and taken a little next year, and to Dr. Vincent's point, we'll just ask for it all next year because we will need to do something next year.
Well, and to that point, I know Dr. Vincent, Karen, first of all, thank you. I know you've done a lot of work, you and your staff, so genuinely thank you so much for all your work on this. I know we've been talking about Dr. Vincent, particularly restructuring our debt, right, based on realistic property values. So I think that is the next step that needs to happen. And in my opinion, we need to have a moratorium on issuing any new debt until we can get that schedule fixed, because it is not sustainable based on our current projections, right, of the 6 to 8% property growth. We're not seeing that. So I think that is on the table as well. But again, we are just pulling, what is the difference? $1.2 million from interest that we have sitting there.
Well, we will actually just pull from fund balance this year in the debt service fund. Well, depending on how that restructuring yields and savings this fall, when we do that 6.2 could drop to 1.6, just depending on what the market's looking at the time we go out for the refunding. So we have the capacity in that fund balance to do it this year. What we don't have is for next year. And especially if property value growth continues at the level it is, we're going to be even worse off next year. So that was kind of the philosophy. Let's ask for it all next year. We know we're going to have to do something. Now the debt, speaking to the remaining debt that we have issued, that is really primarily to finish projects we've already started. So that will be a discussion. We're planning to issue that debt in January. But we do have plans to do some restructuring again next year in 27, because there's only so much you can do with restructuring. You can restructure bonds that are callable in the year, and there's a limited amount that you can do in terms of that without ending up costing the taxpayers more in the long run. So Mr. Roebuck is working on that. He's aware, he knows what our situation is, and we will do all that we can to restructure and maximize the savings to get us part of the way there. I don't think it's not going to be enough to get us all the way there. So
the thing too is that we're going to open up a new high school next year, and a new junior high, and so that's a real expense. And so what I really kind of want to have is a longer runway to see where we're at as far as our M&O and our INS, and to see what we can do as far as restructuring goes like that, and then have a more comprehensive look at it all. Because I do worry about the budget. We in effect have a balance. We didn't add anything except for TRS on behalf and the like, because we cut several $1 million out of our personnel. We have tier 2 that you would have to go through with regard to the next step, which is going to be doing away with block scheduling. The thing is that then you're cutting into we just talked about athletics and fine arts. you have to go start looking at those kind of things.
I don't know why we're forcing ourselves though into this situation when, you know, there's really no reason to. It's not legally mandated. I guess we're already struggling. We're cutting staff.
Yeah.
We're
cutting
forcing our people into
This
this
has
situation
nothing to
too,
do
like
with the M&O. This was a mandated cut. We are not cutting it a quarter of a penny. The state is. That is a state mandate.
Well, then why wasn't it cut a quarter of a penny last week when we looked at it?
The thing is that, you know, going through it, you know, this is a philosophy that we thought we could probably, because we're going to have to come back. And, you know, talking to folks, I mean, I will do whatever you guys decide y'all want to do. But, you know, the quarter of a penny is going to kind of be a deck chair off the Titanic right now, because we have to go figure out what we're going to be doing later on.
I think it's very, very, very important to also mention that we're headed into a legislative year, so a lot could change. Property tax is a huge issue right now, not just at this table, but at many other tables, as it should be. And personally, for me, I don't see where we can really forecast what we're going to be what's going to happen next year and moving forward into every future year. We never know. Everything is a projection with school financing. Everything is projected. So I find it very safe to assume that what we're going to be doing as far as being able to service our debt for now, we can find creative ways, and the M&O will figure that out. And if again, creativity, and we do have fund balance that we can dip into if needed, but right now it's survival, and then future projections will handle themselves, and we can accommodate, or we can manage budgets accordingly. I think it's just it's very important to mention that we are going into a legislative year where property tax will be a very high priority, as it should be.
It looks like right now, though, we're lowering the tax rate as a whole to just kick the can down the road for another year, and then probably have to raise it and get the blowback.
We're not lowering. That 0.25 cents that was getting added over on the INS, the debt services side.
Together,
Can you go back to that slide that had the rate?
And also, just along on that thought process, just going with what you were just stating about it being a legislative session and not being able to project, that's a prime example we're not talking M&O, we're talking basically the debt service. And the prime example of not knowing what will happen following a legislative session, we did a bond, which I still have a problem with the experts and the way it was sold to us and telling us it would only be 2 cents, and now we're finding out it's going to be more. But we'll address that down the road when we're having to look at all of this. But the second thing is we adopted it based on one set of rules. And a legislative session happened and it changed the playing field. And we're now having to address that. So I think it would almost be more prudent for us to recognize the compression rate this year, wait and see what they do, and address everything at one time. Because if we make a decision right now and legislatively something else happens, it could impact next year in a positive way or in a negative way. And if we don't know now, we'd be acting prematurely, in my opinion.
Well, legislatively, you know, a lot of the talk I'm hearing is about decreasing. We already, and a slide that you presented at the last meeting, we are already one of the lowest taxing, school districts.
We're just under HISD.
Just under
second lowest in the Houston
But
area.
our property values are higher. Even with even with the tax rate that they're asking us to adopt, we're still collecting more taxes from our taxpayers this year. We're still collecting more than we did last year from them.
But we're also spending more this year.
Exactly.
But like we're a business, so if we have more expenses and we can't cover them,
we are covering them.
We have a balanced budget based on this.
It looks to me like we've got shortfalls all over the place in this
Right.
budget, so I'm not
We're
really
making
sure how you
cuts
balance
where,
it.
yeah, I mean, he's talking about moving to block scheduling. I don't understand, as a fiduciary of this entity, why I would, want to put it at risk. I think our taxpayers, they realize we already have one of the lowest rates. They paid it last
But
year.
the rate is one part of the piece of
Right,
the
it's
puzzle.
half
Their
of it.
home value is the other, and that is something we have to consider
And
when
you
we're
were
making
saying
these decisions.
on like a $300,000 home last week that we're talking about $30 a year.
Well, no, on a
No.
$300,000 home, a quarter of a penny would be about $4 a year.
$4 a year,
Mhm.
that people would be investing like in the community that affects their values. I just think, that we've been entrusted to take care of this district, and we're talking about being willing to cut staff, to move to block scheduling, to do all these things with scrimp, and we really don't need to.
This
We
year,
haven't been
we're
able to
not
give our
talking
people a
about cutting
raise, we haven't been
staff.
able to do anything, and
Dr.
now we're
Vin-
talking about cutting even further.
Dr.
Guys.
Vincent, are we talking about cutting staff this year?
No.
Are we
did
talking about
We
block
did this.
scheduling this
We were
year?
This
talking
has
about-
nothing
that
to
was the,
do
uh,
with the M&O.
Can I get clarification? So, this amount, the quarter of a penny, what does it impact in terms of our budget if we were, let's say we were to do it? Where does that money go?
So that money would go to the debt service fund, and that quarter of a penny generates about $1.4 million in revenue, tax levy, additional tax levy for the debt service fund.
But it can only be used for the debt service
That
fund.
is correct.
Can it be used for anything else we've talked about from a budgetary standpoint, for schools, for raises, for anything?
No.
It can't be used for anything other than debt services?
That's correct.
Okay.
But you said you would have to pull from the fund balance?
In the debt service
debt
fund.
service.
The debt service
isn't
fund
that-
has its
isn't that-
own fund balance, as does the general
And what is that
fund,
balance
so
currently?
It's projected to be at a little over 23 million
We have
at the end of
nearly
this year.
24 million to pull.
So our other fund balance that we could pull
way
for
down here.
for the other things that we were
bring your
talking
core
about
savings.
is not the same as the debt service fund balance.
That's correct.
Correct.
So this is isolated specifically to debt service. We
Right.
can't use this for anything else other than debt service. Is
Right.
that
Well,
correct?
When I was looking at this earlier, though, it looked like in 25, 26, we had the .0025 more on the M&O side, and we kind of flipped it to debt service. Did we do that?
That was the original recommendation from the workshop, that we were just going to transfer that compression to the debt service fund strategically to help us get ahead for what we knew was coming in 27,
So
28.
that
Stay at
would
the
have
same
come
tax
from
rate.
M&O.
Well,
we didn't-
it was utilizing the compression that we were going to realize, which we are going to realize on the M&O because it's state mandated. Utilizing that savings on that tax rate and just transferring it to the debt service tax rate, leaving the overall tax rate flat. So
But taxpayers would not have savings.
At $4, right?
yes.
Well, when we're talking about not giving teachers raises, this will directly help them, right? So every dollar counts. And again,
Wait,
our property values have gone up 86% in 10 years. There's a reason why the state has pushed down this rate. And it is not our right to take those savings and put them in another fund because we have overshot on our projections. It's not right. That's my opinion.
I also think it's not right to jeopardize this district that taxpayers are paying into because we're making poor financial decisions in an election year, so we can say we lower the tax rate.
Karen, are we jeopardizing our financial situation right at this very moment?
Not in 26, 27. We will make do, understanding in 27, 28.
We'll have to do.
There will need to be an adjustment.
So we're not jeopardizing, we're pulling from an account that we already have money sitting there, specifically for
23.8 million.
reasons like this. And it's
Yes.
taxpayer money that's sitting there. How much do we have in interest, Dr. Vinson?
I think 50 to 20 million.
So we have 20 million just sitting there, but yet we're gonna ask taxpayers to pay more when they've already been paying more, right? That doesn't make sense to me.
Just sitting there?
Yeah, it's just
It's
sitting
the
there.
interest on the bonds issued.
Bond interest.
And if we restructure those bonds again over the course of the next 12 months, that could even increase more.
But is that taxpayer money just sitting there? Can't that get reclaimed if we make change
Well,
interest on the
typically
bonds?
what happens is it's utilized to continue projects that are in the proposition. We need to buy more buses or replace more chillers or we know there's needs out there. So that is historically what we've done with the interest money, is to extend those dollars that were authorized in the bond beyond.
Stretch the bond money.
Yes.
Yeah, to try to not go back to the voters again for any more money, so
Mhm.
that you can save.
We overshot the bond.
So, do we vote on this, or
No,
where are
we're
we
not,
at?
we're not voting yet until we.
No, not until we get to the next part. So are there any other questions? If we've exhausted the questions in this, then we are prepared to move on. I've lost track. Are we in the budget part?
Yes, so we are, our
Thank
next
you.
item on the agenda is.
I've been flipping my
yes.
pages back and forth and I've lost track. Thank you.
So our next item on the agenda is to approve the official school budget for 26-27. So at this time, I recommend your approval of the 26-27 as budget as presented.
Okay, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Okay, that's all 7, I believe. Trustee Semler, I couldn't see you, I'm so sorry. Okay, thank you. The motion carries 7-0.
Ms. Garza, can you maybe go back to that slide, just for quick reference?
Which slide?
Of the proposed budget. I was going to ask you before the vote, but I'm going to have that up. Thank you.
All right, so our next item is the tax rate. So I'll read my intro here. So tonight we're recommending the Board of Trustees approve the attached order resolution to adopt the 2026 tax rate of .6671 for the Maintenance and Operations Fund and .28 for the Debt Service Fund per $100 evaluation to fund the 26-27 official school budget. In accordance with Section 2605 of the Texas Property Tax Code, specific language is required to be used in the motion to adopt the tax rate. This language is related to the comparison of the calculated no new revenue rate to the actual tax rate that we are proposing this evening. This statutory language can be confusing and may lead people to believe that we are proposing to increase the tax rate. However, it is important to clarify that the total combined tax rate of .9471 is a decrease of 0.0025 cents, or a quarter of a penny, than last year's tax rate. So I recommend your approval.
Do we have any questions? Okay, do I have a motion to move that the Board of Trustees adopt the 2026-2027 tax rate by setting, I have to do this motion, this part first, right? I just want to make sure because I have 2 different things I have to read. By setting the maintenance and operation rate at .6671 per 100 of taxable value of, .100 of taxable value in the interest and sinking INS debt service rate at .2800 per 100 of taxable value for a total combined tax rate of .9471 per 100 of taxable value.
So moved.
Second.
All right, before we vote, I have to state that the property tax rate being increased by the .9471, which is effectively a 2.59% increase in the tax rate. I'm mandated by law to state that. So, is there any further discussion? Okay, then all those in favor of adopting the motion as, oh, I'm so sorry, second? I thought we had
I said
one.
second. Yeah.
So sorry. It's late. We all know it. All those in favor of adopting it as per the motion, please show by the uplift of hands. All opposed? The motion carries 5-2. Okay, the next item up on the agenda is under finance, and it had to do with the Montgomery County Appraisal District's fiscal year 27 budget. We still haven't seen the updated budget. Are they still working on this?
So I believe the budget was shared, a preliminary look at the
There was,
revised
but
budget
then
was
they
shared
haven't
with you.
passed it, right?
They
They
have
haven't
not
voted
passed
on
it.
it.
They were scheduled to pass it on August 13th, and it was tabled until September 9th, as their board did not have adequate time to review it as well, so.
Okay, that's where I was headed. The reason why this is on the agenda this evening is because I know that there have been concerns, and I asked you about this because you're the one that works most closely with them. That we've had major concerns for the last at least 2 years with issues happening with MCAD. The county commissioners and Judge Keough have raised concerns in their confidence in things that are happening there. Tammy McCray has, if I'm not mistaken, has raised concerns. We personally, as Conroe ISD, have had multiple issues of not receiving notices, things that have deadlines on them that we're supposed to respond to. We got a budget late from them that then we don't really get an opportunity to vote it down. We can vote that we don't like it. It's not going to stop it. I just wanted to raise concerns that I wanted our community to know that Commissioner's Court, our tax collector, Conroe ISD, we're seeing some concerns. We've done what we can of appointing some people to the board to help. I know their board is trying to work on some things. I just would like to offer support to them to address whatever needs to be addressed to fix these things. There's been a backlog on getting properties onto the tax, into the tax log, I guess, backlog into it. And have they accomplished that yet? It was like 500 million or something, I can't even remember. That I'm just stating from here for the public, we share the concerns I can't speak for everyone else, I share the concerns.
And for the community, just so they understand, the reason that we're bringing this forward is that the taxing jurisdictions in the county are responsible for funding the MCAD budget based on their pro rata share of property value in the county. So Conroe ISD being the largest taxing entity in the county, we carry about 26% of their budget annually, which is about $5 million. So it takes 50% of the jurisdictions in the county to take formal action to oppose the budget before any formal action can be required on their part. Now, their budget they presented on July 8th showed a 5.51% increase in the budget. They were providing 3.5% merit pay raises for their employees, 18 new positions. They have, based on feedback from the city of Conroe and their board, they have gone back to the drawing board. They've since brought it back. In the revised one that was shared with you, they've removed the raises and they've removed 2 of the new positions. So it's like a 2.83% increase.
But they're still very top heavy with administrative. There's some of them, some areas in their department that have administrators with only 3 people under them. Yeah. Or one person.
And I will say, I believe 13 of their 16 new positions were actual appraisers out in the field. So, which is what they need. If they have missing properties on the tax roll, they need people, boots on the ground to get that accomplished. So.
But efficiencies, with regard to efficiencies, and I think you said this, Conroe City Council reviewed their budget and sent it back, but I think it was actually the commissioners.
They both did.
Okay, so, but we didn't get that opportunity, and we are the largest. I think I checked today, and I think our budget is more than 200 million more than the commissioner's budget is appearing right now. So I am a bit disappointed that that didn't make it our way for a quick review, because I do recall back 2.5, 3 years ago, we spent about $1 million on they came to us multiple times over a period of time and requested that we invest $1 million in a software to increase their efficiency, and we haven't seen a return on that investment. So that is a consideration that I personally have made, and I want to make that publicly known that I'm disappointed in that investment and what feedback we've been given and the delays and notifications of business that the MCAD hasn't been in touch with us. Just want to bring that to the table, and hopefully those issues can be resolved and considered. by all involved.
Any other discussion? I see some mics on, so I'm not sure. All right. Thank you, Ms. Garza. Moving on to RFP for kitchen supplies and equipment. I would like to bring up Mr. Broussard because I think he's going to be covering several of the next ones.
Yes, ma'am. So President Willer, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson. So the first thing we have is item K is we ask that you consider and possibly approve the award for RFP 260502, kitchen supplies and equipment. This bid is primarily for our child nutrition department, but can be utilized in other budgets such as our culinary. In an effort to continue to find efficiencies in the purchasing department, we combined large kitchen equipment and small kitchen equipment into one bid. This bid consisted of 136 line items for our kitchens. Kitchen equipment is funded primarily through our child nutrition department. At this time, we're requesting your approval for the vendors listed on the board recommendation.
Any discussion? Do I have a motion to accept as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to the next item, which is the used and new vehicles.
Yes, ma'am. So item L is that we're asking for you to consider and possibly approve award for RFP 260503, new and used vehicles. New and used vehicles is an annual line item bid. The purchasing team partners with the applicable departments to review their needs, and we work through to build specifications. This year, it consisted of 15 specified vehicles. Those specifications were released onto the open market for all manufacturers to bid. The evaluation team looks closely at each submission, knowing that we need reliable vehicles that are built to last. Ms. Garza has $1.2 million in the budget for these fleet purchases. After approved, Mr. McCord works through the requested vehicles and the budget to provide equitable distribution. The vehicles are then ordered by the purchasing department, and at this time, we're requesting your approval of the vendors that are listed on the board recommendation.
This is an item that I had a question on because I didn't see in the backup in the board book. I did ask Ms. Garza about it briefly, but how do we determine, when I asked her how do we determine what is the needs for the vehicle, she said, well, we basically ask each of the areas in the departments, what are your needs? And they present it, and then they try to...
We build a specification.
Right.
So the generic specification is built based on what they need. For example, if Mr. Schrader is looking to do a locksmith van, then what we do is we work with them to build a generic specification because it needs to be applicable across multiple manufacturers. Those manufacturers then bid their best price. Those are evaluated price and then the other factors. And then from there, that's the rating that you see.
Okay, but where I was getting at is that you use the term equitable again, but what I was getting at was the fact that how do you then you disperse the amounts that we have, the amount of money we have to the different departments, trying to give them an equitable amount. My question is, do we ever evaluate where the real greatest need is? Maybe we have a greater need in Schroeder's department because we don't have enough trucks, they're old, they're broken down, whatever, or we need more because we have bigger campuses to get around to do the maintenance and things that we need done more than another area that may be asking it. And I know Tally Joe in CTEs probably has certain requirements that she needs, especially with her FFA projects and so forth, and welding and everything else. And CTE pays for itself. I mean, they do have needs. And so my question is, how do we prioritize versus just doling out equal parts?
So it's not about doling out equal parts. What they do is they give us a number. So
For example, I think Tally Joe asked for 2 vehicles, right? Well, if I take all of the allocations, and I think I have them here, and I'm not going to discuss
That
price
wasn't-
or any of that
That's
stuff.
okay, because I didn't even know who was getting what.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying. So we don't really put a lot of that into this, the board recommendation, but we do have it. I think I have it. But I will speak to that. So for example, let's just use that one. Tally Joe wants 2, right? Well, when I did the quick math on it, I think based on what everybody put in as an allocation, we came out to roughly about 1.8 million. So that's well over the 1.2 million, right? So if on a basic, what Mr. McCord and I do is we give him the allocations that they requested, and then we go through, and so Tally Joe may get 1. And then someone else, if they requested 3 small SUVs, they may get 2 instead of 3. So the idea is to try to make sure that everybody gets something, but like the example that you just gave, I worked for Mr. Schrader. We could pull 20 vehicles a year and still not touch what we're burning through.
Which is my point, is that I think, I mean, yeah, it would be nice to give everyone something each year, but we need, Dr. Vinson, we need a plan that is, I know that's part of your
An
deal.
obsolescence plan.
It's not just that, it's that we need to be prioritizing. It may not be that everyone gets something. It may be that one year you're not getting because there's a greater need in this space. Or maybe no one's getting anything this year. It's just that this is an area where we spend a lot of money and we need to look at it, I think, in that scope is what I was getting at. All right, is there a motion to
I have a
accept this?
question.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Mr. Broussard, when you say you have that information, but you don't include it in this portion of the board book, why
Right
is that?
now, as far as like pricing and things of that nature, if you all don't approve it and you tell me to go back out for a bid, then that bid pricing needs to be withheld because I got to rebid. It can cause an unfair advantage for somebody else. So that, like I said, what you have in there is the actual scores, the vehicle or the vehicle spec description, and then who was where they were ranked. So I didn't mean to say that I leave things
Okay.
out, but it was
It just sounded like there was
pricing.
information that we weren't privy to.
No, ma'am, not at
Okay.
all.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Any other discussion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, next item up is the, I have to tell you the reason why I brought this one forward was because I was afraid people wouldn't understand that this is for air conditioning units when it had media. And when it's talking about filter media,
Media
I was
is the
afraid people would think we were filtering media. That's why it did not stay under consent agenda. So there you go.
Okay. So for item M, we're asking that you consider and approve, possibly award the RFP of 260505 AC filter media. This bid is completed every 3 years. The bids issued, samples are reviews, which mean that we actually do receive samples from proposed vendors. Those are evaluated by the maintenance department. Filters are purchased on an as-needed basis and stored in the custodial and maintenance warehouse to support the preventative maintenance team that services HVAC equipment. They are actually out right now in the field in campuses working on the HVAC equipment. And at this time, we're requesting your approval of the vendor listed on the board recommendation.
Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Right. Motion carries 7-0. Last item is RFP 260601, Construction Consultation Program Management, Auditing and Related Services.
Yes, ma'am. And so we're asking that you consider and possibly approve the RFP that you listed. The bid was issued at the request of the Board of Trustees. The bid, if awarded, will provide the district with several well-qualified construction-related firms that can assist the district with multitude of services. This bid was requested, developed, and delivered to the board on the original timeline submitted, and at this time, we're requesting your approval of the vendors listed in the board recommendation.
Do I have a motion to accept? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Broussard. All right, we're on to planning and construction. Our first item up is the natatorium renovation project. Mr. Foster.
Well, good evening again, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson. This time I'm going to present.
Ooh.
It wasn't me. Anyway, this time I'm going to present a project as complete, which is our 2025 work at our stadiums and natatorium. So back in February of 2025, you, our board, approved GMP for Nash Construction for the renovations at our natatorium and work at our 2 district stadiums. The work was to renovate our systems and components that were at the end of their service life. We refinished the pool, redid all the stainless steel equipment that's around the pool deck, the pool coping, the boys' locker room, the admin area that serves the natatorium, the stadium lights for Wood Forest Bank Stadium and Moorhead Stadium. So board policy CV local requires that projects, well, and it's just changed now, projects over $500,000 come to the board for approval once they're complete. So our financial review is complete. The original GMP for this project was $5,090,035.94. The final cost came in at $4,802,286.58. So we're returning to the district $287,749.36. At this time, we're requesting your approval to accept this project as complete so we can close the project out and make our final payments.
Any discussion? Do I have a motion to accept this?
Sorry, just real quick, Mr. Foster, thank you for those savings. Tell me one more time,
$287,749.36.
Awesome. So where does that money go? What account does it go into?
So this is not a typical project. I believe it was funded from 2019 bond funds, so it would, I mean, Ms. Garza would take that money and do what she does with it.
To the bond fund that we have. And so when we close that out and finish those up, you know, one of the goals that we always have is to try to find ways to keep from coming back to asking the taxpayers for more things. And so you do as much as you can with the dollars you have left.
Okay. At some point, it would be good to add up all of those numbers, right? Because we have all these completed projects, and then we've had savings, you know, in different. Yeah, it'd be cool to see what our savings are.
You bet.
Even the Jett Center's tired.
Okay, I'm not going to stop us. Go ahead.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay. Do we have a motion to accept as presented?
So motion to accept.
All right. I'll take Semler as the motion, and I'll take Dawson as the second. Will you say second, Dawson?
That was me.
Oh, sorry, Aggie. Sorry. Or
I mean, I'll do it too.
Gambino. Okay. All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0. All right, the next item up is Resource Center renovation project.
At this time, we're requesting your approval of job order contracting as our construction delivery method for the renovation project at 3500 West Davis, which is known as the Resource Place. This is the retail center that you allowed us to purchase in 2025. So we've been working with our tenants in that location. They've been moving out as their leases expire. A few have moved early. We're working on this building now. It needs some roof and maintenance on the air conditioning systems that are there. There's a full section of that building that's ready for us to take over and occupy. So we're looking at moving our sped department from our admin building at Sadler into a space in that facility, which will free up Sadler to help us increase some storage. If you've made your way down the hallways towards my office, you'll know it's a one-way, one car at a time. You don't get to walk side by side down that hallway currently.
It's probably a fire hazard.
I'm not saying that out loud, but we are, this will allow us to expand our warehouse space with another project inside the Sadler building, and then hopefully get us some more storage and clear those hallways up. But this is kind of in keeping with the new CV local that was recently passed at this meeting. So this is us requesting to use a construction delivery method for your input. We believe JOC is the right delivery method for this type of project because it will be recurring as we occupy more spaces over the next few years in that building, it's the same type of work that's going to come again and again. So it's relatively minor, it's relatively small, but it is, this current phase is anticipated being a little over $2 million. We've got an anticipated budget of $2.5 million for construction. So it still fits within the JOC program, but it's a good test of our new CV policy. It's our first stab at a form, so you'll see in your board book there's a pretty simple form in the back that gives you kind of the critical information for the style project, and we would anticipate, if you like this form, expanding on it for our other delivery methods for use in future work.
Any discussion?
I have a quick question about that building.
Yes, ma'am.
When do you anticipate having the staff that is working at Hawk move into that building as well?
Well, currently the staff at Hawk will continue working at Hawk. So what we're able to do is move everybody that's in Sadler currently out of Sadler with a handful of folks that are at Hawk to make a leadership team. We've been working with Dr. Wiggins to get the right people allocated for this location. So Resource Place, where we've outfitted it with the design that we're looking at, will put 34 of her people in that one location. So the itinerant staff is most likely going to stay at Hawk, and then the folks that sit at a desk or sit as a group most often should be together all at Resource Place.
Is the long-term plan to get all of the staff out of Hawk and into that building?
So Resource Place's footprint itself is not large enough to house the entire SPED department in one location, but it will help us reduce.
Even once it's fully occupied and renovated?
Not in its current footprint. Now, if we expanded on the property that's behind it that we also own, we could build a building that could, but that's not in our current current lens of looking forward. You're welcome.
Any other discussion?
I do. When do you expect to have the other tenants out? Was that the same question?
So tenants, the leases expire, annually, essentially. The bank that's on the end is our anchor tenant. They've got the longest lease. Their current lease expires in 2031. They have a 5-year option, so they could be there until 2036. They're in a great location to sit there and not disturb us because they're on the end. Everybody else, we're almost, most of the folks have moved. We've got Bethard Insurance, RK Studios, and Salon Centric that are still with us, and those over the next 3 years, all 3 of those will expire.
So the quilt shop left?
The quilt shop is on month to month, so they're working their way out there. We would anticipate them moving out this fall.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, do I have a motion to accept this presented?
So moved.
Second. Thank you, Trustee May. All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
The last item on the agenda is regarding trustee conferences and trainings. Based on previous board discussions and board meetings, when this was requested of Dr. Vinson and myself, would we be buying passes to the TASB EdCon this year? I am not in a position to just make that decision. I'm personally fine with Trustee Semler going and doing training where she would like to do training. I'm assuming that for the expense she'll get all her training in this year. But I didn't want to make a decision and approve it without the board being aware and it publicly stated. So Trustee Semler, anything, or anyone have discussion?
Well, since it was my agenda item, I'd like to walk through
there
why.
you go. Go right ahead.
Over the past few weeks, I asked about the process for approving trustee training and conference expenses, which the district has purchased for trustees in past years. I was told that any fee-based training or conference expense requires board approval before purchase, and that this has been the process the board established and has reiterated from the dais. When I asked where that process is documented, I was told it isn't a numbered board policy, it's a verbal expectation discussed at a board meeting but never brought to a vote or put into writing. I want to point out that this verbal expectation conflicts with policy we do have. Board policy CH Local already governs district purchasing, and it only requires board notification for purchases that are non-routine and discretionary and not previously included in a board-approved contract or memorandum of understanding. Therefore, previously made purchases through an existing approved district vendor are not new and unusual expenses. I'd also note that in the past, our process has been for trainings and conferences to be direct district payment to vendors, not a reimbursement to a board member, so our reimbursement policy, BBG Local, doesn't govern transactions for previously approved vendors. So the requirement I was told applies here isn't just undocumented, it appears to run counter to what our existing purchasing policy already says about routine purchases from approved vendors. I also want to note this hasn't been applied consistently. The Tea conference cost $541 per trustee, and even though that trip was canceled, that charge was not brought to the board for a vote. The EISO, Student Outcomes Training, cost $400 per trustee and was not voted on. The Roberts Rules training for Trustee May was not voted on either. So I'd like to know, are trustees expected to pay out of pocket and request reimbursement for all trainings going forward? Are we voting on all trainings, or are we only required to bring something before the board if there's a fee attached? And if so, why hasn't that applied consistently to the examples I just gave? The board wants a different standard to apply specifically to trustee training and conference expenses. I think that standard should be written into policy, voted on, and applied consistently, rather than layered on top of our existing purchasing policy as an unwritten expectation. Right now, there's no single place any of us can go to confirm what the actual rule is, which expenses it covers, or how it applies consistently. What I'm asking for tonight is not approval of any specific expense. It's a discussion about formally amending or clarifying our policy and/or procedure so that it's clear what requires prior board approval, what doesn't, how purchases from already approved vendors are treated, and how this applies evenly to every trustee. I think that protects all of us and gives every trustee a clear written answer instead of relying on memory of what was said in a past meeting. Personally, I'd suggest each trustee have an allotted training and conference budget that can be spent without a board vote, so we're not making it difficult for trustees to select their preferred method of training.
Just for the record, Ms. Garza, we didn't pay anything for the tea training, did we? Thank you.
I said it was canceled. I have the ledger though. It was going to originally bill $541 per trustee.
It was $0.
We weren't attending anything that was as a fee. It was done underwritten by the Leadership Institute.
Well, it's written in the ledger. I PI'd it.
We did not sign up for anything that we paid for.
Somebody did.
Trustees, I'm sorry, this is getting really silly. Like, we're wasting everyone's time out here talking about conference. I'm talking right now. Talking about conferences. We've spent so much time talking about this. If you want to go to TASB, go to TASB. Like, why are we spending so much time talking about this?
Because I requested through an email.
It's my turn now because I interrupted her before. Because you all made a point, and one of which was Trustee Gambino, following the February meeting, that you all said you believed these types of things needed to be discussed in public and decided. I don't particularly care. I told her that from the beginning. I don't care.
No, you didn't. You told me I had to put it on.
I said I don't care who you go to. It's not important. It's okay. It's okay.
It was in the board operating. It was in the board operating procedures, but that was tabled. So
we're just moving on. It's been discussed.
Go to the conference.
Move on. Thank you.
Have fun.
Okay. That concludes the posted agenda. There is no further.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Like, there was no decision made here. Is Lindsay the person that gets to approve if I go to a conference? Are we approving if I go to a conference?
I never told you it had to be a board vote. Yes, I just said it needed to be public discussion.
I have it in writing and email. Do you want me to read it out loud right now? You told me it has to be here.
Do you want a board vote?
Spend any money on it,
do you want a board vote?
Well, if you told her that it needed to be here, then why? Here we are.
Guys, we're saying, what's the problem?
I don't know. I'm asking Misty. She said it has to be on the agenda, which is why I put it on the agenda.
I said it had to be on the agenda. I didn't say it had to be a board vote.
Well, why don't all of them need to be on the agenda?
We don't need to have these on.
We can discuss processes and procedures. We can have processes and procedures put in place if that's what you're asking for. We will do that going forward.
I just don't understand why I'm being treated differently than the other trustees that want to do training.
May I call the close of vote? Do I have the motion
not going
for the
in a
meeting to
direction
end?
I motion that we end this meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, the time is 11:21 and this meeting is adjourned.